Good morning. February 9th, day 16 of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. We're coming to you from Monmouth County, New Jersey. I'm going to check out the courtroom of Marc C. Lemieux, Judge Marc C. Lemieux. And we're on the defense's witnesses, and it will be their fifth witness. They should be starting shortly, so let's peek in.
Judge, good morning. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, and good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, with that being said, the defense can call the next witness.
Judge, we're going to call Dr. Karl Reich.
Okay. Come on up, sir. Just come around this way, and then just watch your step, if you don't mind. Sure. You just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand over there in the corner. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My last name is Reich. That's R-E-I-C-H. First name Karl, K-A-R-L. Middle initial A.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, counsel.
Dr. Reich, good morning.
Morning.
Could you tell us where you're employed?
I work in a non-governmental forensic DNA laboratory located in suburban Chicago.
What do you do there?
I manage the laboratory. I'm responsible for the science that leaves that facility, and I'm responsible for paying the bills, running payroll, making sure there's snacks in the kitchen, the overall management of the laboratory.
Okay, how long have you been doing that?
Since the fall of 2002.
And are there other scientists who are employed at the laboratory?
Yes, so we are now 15 full-time staff, and there's a couple of part-time individuals who work with us. It's grown slowly over the years.
What kind of work is the lab engaged in?
So we do a variety of forensic DNA things. So we do forensic testing. We do family relationship testing, otherwise sometimes known as paternity testing. We also are a small manufacturing facility because we have developed a series of products for the forensic DNA laboratory market, and we manufacture, sell, and support those to labs around the world. We do case consultation, and we have a small research and development effort in forensic DNA.
And when you say case consultation, have you reviewed cases before where probabilistic genotyping has been used?
I have. That's a lot of them, let's put it that way.
Now, what got you started with DNA analysis?
So my scientific training is in molecular biology, which is the foundational field for forensic DNA. And so a number of years ago, we competed for a outsourcing contract from the Illinois State Police and started a laboratory to do that work. And that's where we are now.
Okay. Where did you go to school?
I have an undergraduate degree in chemistry from Cornell and a PhD in molecular biology from UCLA, and my thesis work was completed at Harvard Medical School.
Have you ever taught or lectured?
I have. Over the years, our laboratory's been asked to provide teaching sessions, maybe it's the word, for our products and for comparing our products with what other labs use. And so now it's mostly remote work, but it used to be always on site.
Now, what you mentioned your lab again, is your lab accredited?
It is.
What does that mean?
It means that your laboratory has been subjected to an audit from an outside individual who follows a set of requirements to see if your laboratory meets them. Commercial labs like ours generally have 3 accreditations, or can have 3 accreditations. And so there's an accreditation, or 2 actually, for forensic DNA. There's an accreditation for paternity testing, family studies. And New York State, unlike the other 49 states, doesn't accept anyone else's accreditation. So they have their own audit and proficiency tests for forensics and for family relationship testing, so that we can accept samples from New York State residents.
Are you familiar with the laboratory methods and commercial kits that are used for obtaining DNA profiles?
I am. We've been doing this for over 20 years and have seen the evolution of both the instrumentation and the commercial kits.
Okay. Have you evaluated cases where there's been multiple contributors to a sample collected for DNA?
You're really talking about forensic DNA mixtures or mixed profiles. And mixed profiles are an extremely common feature in forensic DNA. Maybe even the majority of evidentiary samples are mixed profiles. So the answer is yes.
Okay, so it sounds like you've also evaluated cases where there's been complex mixtures.
Certainly.
Have you, you said before you've evaluated cases where probabilistic genotyping software was used. What types of software would that include?
So there are now more commercial options than there were even a short time ago, but the 2 most used in the United States are programs called StarMix, and it's written STR and then a lowercase MIX, and then there's another software package by Cybergenetics. So those are the 2 that are most used. There are now some other commercial options.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness before?
I have.
And how many times would you estimate?
Over 200 times at this point.
In what subject?
Fairly restricted. So forensic biology, which is the identification of body fluids, forensic DNA, which is really forensic profiling, and the statistics of forensic DNA, depending on the court and the case.
Okay. Would you consider yourself an expert in forensic DNA and the statistics of forensic DNA?
I'm certainly a practitioner. I'm not sure I'd call myself an expert, but I work in this field, and that's okay.
Has the court qualified you?
Yes, I've been court qualified.
Okay. And in terms of just the DNA analysis,
Okay.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Oh, I would guess well over 150. Most of the times I'm in court is for the profiles.
Have you been qualified as an expert in DNA analysis in state court?
Yes,
Have you been qualified in as an expert in DNA analysis in federal court?
that as well.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would like to offer Dr. Reich as an expert in forensic DNA and forensic statistics.
Prosecutor?
Just 1 or 2 questions, Judge.
Okay.
Dr. Reich, you talked about the fact that you've reviewed cases involving probabilistic genotyping software, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that includes StarMix,
That does.
and that includes TrueCryme.
It does.
Those are the 2 kind of prominent probabilistic genotyping softwares that are used in the United States now.
That is correct.
StarMix is in about 90 labs
I
currently?
think it's more, but it's near that number, certainly.
And it's a lot more than TrueCryme, correct?
Yes, so if you want to, they have the market share, if you want to put it that way.
Okay. Now, as far as StarMix goes, have you ever used it?
We do not have the license to the software.
Okay, so you've never used it?
That's correct.
Okay. You guys have heard this charge many, many times, but we're going to do it again. As you know, normally a witness cannot testify to an opinion. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give an opinion as to any matter in which they are versed. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case, you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to the testimony to determine whether the state has proven, beyond a reasonable doubt, all elements of the crimes charged. Can we follow that charge?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so Dr. Reich, let's just start off kind of broadly here. In terms of what we're talking about today, how much DNA do all human beings share?
We are all very similar, and at the DNA sequence level, we are 99.9897% identical.
And when we're talking about laboratories that are reviewing DNA using StarMix and things like that, are those laboratories focusing on regions of our DNA where we are different or variable?
Yes, so I think you're referring to the genetic elements that are used to develop a profile. So we have to use areas where there are differences between individuals in order to try and develop a profile.
In terms of the number of areas of difference where profiles are attempted to be generated, how many locations are we talking about?
Well, there are thousands of them, but we only use a selected number in the US of 20. Some of the kits have a few more, but the minimum is 20 markers that were chosen by the FBI.
Okay. And when you say a marker, what does that word mean?
So it's a region of the DNA. It has several words that can be used. It's a locus, it's a genetic element, it's a marker, it's a region of the DNA that's defined.
Okay. And what's at that region that we're looking at?
So what we are using now is a particular genetic element called a short tandem repeat, which is abbreviated STR, and it's been the marker used for genetic identity since 1998, 1999.
Okay. So the short tandem repeat, it can differentiate one person from another at that location?
It can. We share the limited number of choices at each one of those shorthand and repeat markers. So we need to look at a large number of them, 20 in the US, in order to try and get a unique pattern for that person.
So that limited range of choices for the shorthand and repeat, does that have a name?
So each choice at the marker, at the locus, at the STR region is called an allele. It's a value for that particular region on that particular individual.
So at a single marker or a single location that we're looking at in terms of DNA, how many alleles would a person have at a single location?
So that varies a little bit with each locus, but if you want a back of the envelope calculation, it's 10. So you can think of it as a digit, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the choices at each locus. And if you look at all of the loci together, you might get a complete profile.
Now, when we look at alleles in terms of a laboratory's output, when a laboratory shows essentially the work that it's done, and it expresses an allele, how does it express an allele? Is it in terms of a word or a number?
So the allele is always a number for a shorthand and repeat. It's a value of the number of repeats. It's in the name, short, and then tandem next to each other. So it's an element that's repeated. How many repeats is the allele call? And that's the number we put into the profile.
Do people inherit alleles?
We inherit our DNA, so we inherit the loci, so we inherit the alleles.
And how does inheritance work? Just so when we're on this topic, what is it that gets contributed from our mother and our father?
Right. So now we're talking about human genetics, and so for the typical DNA profile, which is we can call that a somatic or an autosomal, or in laboratory slang, a CODIS profile. We inherit one set of alleles from mom and one set of alleles from dad. So we have 2 copies of the alleles, one from mom, one from dad, and the DNA profile is made up of the results of both of those alleles, one from mom, one from dad, at each of the 20 plus markers that are used in the profile. So we have at least 40, 2 times 20, alleles per person for this kind of profile.
Okay, so in terms of that, you just mentioned having the 20 locations of testing. Did laboratories always use 20 locations along the somebody's DNA to test for?
So the history of genetic identity in the United States is that originally there were 13 markers that were chosen, and then there were commercially available 15, even though the official number was still 13. And then as of January 1st, 2017, the FBI mandated for CODIS, the name of the kind of profile we're talking about today, that 13 be expanded to 20.
And why, if you know, why was it determined to be necessary or important to expand that range from 13 to 20?
So there were 2 reasons that were published. So one was that there had been shown that the 13 was not enough for unique identity for one person. And the other was that DNA profiling is used throughout the world by many different governments, and not every one of those laboratories use the same 13 as the United States. And there was a desire to be able to search other countries' DNA databases, so there had to be a better overlap between the US profile and the rest of the world. So the expanded loci did 2 things. It increased what's called the discriminating power of the profile, and it allowed multiple searches across other countries' databases.
So would it be fair to say that the strength of a DNA profile can depend in part on how many locations we can extract data from?
Right, so we need to be careful. So there's the strength of the data themselves from the electropherogram, which we might get into, and then there's how many loci we need for the discriminating power to identify one person from all others. So those are two kinds of strength. And so the more full data we have from more loci, the stronger the identity statistic.
Okay. And when you say the stronger the identity statistic, what does that mean in plain terms about individuating a specific person?
So the statistic is never 100%. It can get to an extremely large number, but it's still just a number. And you would like to get that number, if you want to opine identity, as large as possible.
And it sounds like what you're saying is looking at more loci rather than fewer helps to further the goal of finding an individual profile.
In the comparison, that is correct. You want more data, gives you a stronger statistic for opining or stating identity to some statistical power.
Okay. Moving on to how samples are collected, can you describe the basics of sample collection in DNA?
Sure. That's really unchanged for 40 years. We have two ways of collecting evidence in the laboratory. We can cut out a piece of fabric. You can use scissors, scalpel, razor blade to remove a piece of fabric and put it in a tube and process it. Or you can take a swab, a Q-tip basically, and try and collect the biological material on the swab winding, and that goes to the laboratory. We can handle small pieces of fabric, we can handle swabs, we can't handle doorknobs or car shift knobs. We need to sort of collect the material, convert it to a swab or a fabric cutting, and that we can use in the lab.
Okay. So when these things come to the lab, either a clothing sample or a swab, when it arrives at the lab, what is the first thing that happens with it?
Well, it needs to be logged into the laboratory's system, but in terms of physicality, we need to document what comes in. We document what the packaging looks like, or the seal's intact. Is the information on the sticker complete, and we log that in. And then we would prepare an area for examining the evidence itself. So you bleach the surface, you put down paper, everyone has protective equipment on, masks, gloves, lab coats, etc. And then you would open up the item and document it, image it, measure it, take pictures of it, so you have a document. So you've documented what it is before you do anything to it. There, I said.
The measures that you just referenced, the bleaching, the putting on protective equipment, things of that nature, why do you do those?
We do those so that the laboratory, the analyst, does not contaminate, does not add exonerous, does not add extra DNA onto the sample, so that we are always hoping to just analyze what's presented to us, and we haven't altered the item by what we do.
Okay. So these steps are designed to avoid contamination.
Correct, in the laboratory.
And you mentioned the possibility of an analyst transferring their DNA onto an item that they're reviewing as part of their work.
That's certainly one type of contamination.
Now, there are, as far as I understand, there's different types of samples that a lab might receive. In terms of, Is there something called a question sample?
So from a 10,000-foot perspective, there are two kinds of samples labs receive. There are evidentiary samples for which we really don't know what there is till we test. And then there are reference standards, known samples we obtain from defendants, suspects, or individuals, elimination standards. So there we know exactly where it comes from, we know exactly who it's from, we know when it was taken, how it was handled, we know everything about that sample.
Okay. So is a reference, in terms of the testing locations that the lab engages in, looking at, would a reference sample be a complete profile of that person?
It should be. That's supposed to be the easiest sample a forensic lab receives. There's lots of DNA. It's a good sample. It hasn't been exposed to environmental damage. We should get, it's our job to get a full profile from the reference standards.
Okay. Now, in terms of the question standard or question sample or the evidence sample, when a lab gets a sample of evidence, does the lab know how much DNA is on it?
We don't know, we know very little about the sample. It's usually named, so if there's a name to it, doesn't mean it's accurate. There's a number to it, which the lab assigns, but that's all we know till we start to do the testing.
When you start to do the testing, what is it that you're attempting to do?
So sometimes you're going to do a screen for body fluid identification. You want to know whether it's blood, saliva, semen, or urine. But you're also going to start the process to generate a profile, and there's laboratory steps to do that.
Okay, what are the steps to produce a profile?
So the first step we call extraction. So that's a step in the laboratory where we force the biological material to release the DNA. DNA is tightly held by cells, and we need to force that release. And we do that with harsh chemicals under harsh conditions. The analogy I sometimes use is of an egg, and we are interested in the yolk. And it's a good analogy because the DNA is in the nucleus, the middle of the cell. And so how do we do extraction? We take an 8-pound sledge and we break the egg. And it makes a mess. There's egg and shell and bits of the hammer that fell off. And then the second step is purifying away the debris we made. And then the third step is measuring, quantifying how much DNA we recovered. And now we have information about how much DNA we have to play with. The next step would be using a commercial kit which targets those short tandem repeats I mentioned earlier. And we do that with a method called amplification. It goes into a special machine that cycles through the steps needed to make those copies. And then next step is we analyze the amplification reaction. And the next step is that the data file is visualized with software. And finally, a human looks at that electropherogram, the visualization, and deduces a profile.
Okay, so it sounds like before you can get the application, you need to make a determination of whether you have enough DNA to work with in the first place.
Yes, the quantification is useful for a number of things, and one is how much DNA to use, because the recipe for the amplification is relatively specific, and you want to know, do you have enough? Are you going to need to get more? Are you going to use it anyway? The quant tells you a lot.
After you engage in this process, are there times where you develop what's known as a mixed profile?
So we talked about that very briefly about mixtures. So you don't know how many contributors, how complex the profile is going to be till that last visualization step.
And is there a maximum number of contributors that a sample could have?
In theory, no. So we could take a sample from everybody in this room and you'd have a really, really, really big mixture, but there are limits to what the system can handle.
How is it, looking back at the results you get from this process you're talking about, how is it that you tell whether a profile that you got from an item of evidence is single source versus a mixture?
So you deduce whether it's from one person, one contributor, single source, or it's a mixed sample by examining that visualization, which is an electropherogram. That's the name for the picture the software makes from the data.
What's on this? What is visualized on that electropherogram?
So the electropherogram has the visual of the analysis of the amplification reaction, and it is displaying the results at each one of the markers, each one of the loci that we test. And so the alleles, let's go back to the alleles, are shown on that electropherogram. Recall that for one person, we have one set from mom, one set from dad. So that would be a maximum of 2 alleles at each one of the locations we talked about. If we see there are more than 2 alleles at the locations we test, we have to account for those extra alleles, and that can come from more than one person on that sample.
If you see more than 2 alleles at a given location, is it possible to determine the absolute number of contributors to that sample?
No, you can estimate the minimum number. Our system doesn't allow us to come up with an absolute number of contributors. So sometimes you can see 2, but there's 3 there and so forth. So minimum we can calculate, absolute we cannot.
Even if there were only 2 alleles present at a location rather than 3, it sounds like what you're saying is without there being only so many choices that human beings share alleles at these locations.
Absolutely we do.
And is allele sharing a common thing in the population?
I wouldn't say common, it's practically obligatory. And so any 2 people taken at random will share somewhere between 6 and 8 on average alleles.
So going back to what you said about the number of locations that are being looked at, and today I think you said it's somewhere in laboratories between 40 and 46 alleles that would be observed?
Correct.
Okay. People just taken at random from the street or this room or wherever, you have an expectation about how many alleles they might share.
I have an expectation based on the fact that we are very similar in terms of our total DNA, and just in terms of doing this for 20 plus years. It's called allele sharing. It's just how we're built, and it's what you see from profile to profile.
Can there be examples of situations where there's more allele sharing between people, a greater level of allele sharing between people?
Yes.
And what type of situations would those be?
So that would be family members, so individuals who are directly related or even less directly related will share more alleles than just, on average, than just 2 people at random from the population.
Okay. Based on your review of the case that you're working on here, could this be an issue in this case?
It's a fact of this case. The issue comes on differently about what conclusions you might be able to draw from the profiling, but it's just the fact of human inheritance and the fact that we look at the same STR loci, and by inheritance, we have to share more with direct family members than 2 individuals at random.
Obviously, when these statistics get reported, and this jury's seen some very large numbers presented on screen in this case. Can you, is there an analogy for allele sharing that you think is helpful for people?
I have an analogy I have used.
Okay.
So I'm going to equate the DNA profile to a phone number. The DNA profile is a series of numbers in order, the alleles in each one of the markers loci we test. phone number has country code, area code, city code, block code, and extension. So there's a series of digits for each one of those sections of the phone number. The analogy is that each digit is like an allele, and each region of the phone number, country code, area code, is a STR locus we test. And so many people will share the same country code, area code, city code, and they may even live on the same block, but they're not the same people, and their final number is going to be different, but they've shared all of those digits all the way down till they don't. And that's why it's not a bad analogy for a profile. We don't inherit our phone numbers, so it's not a perfect analogy. And the area codes sometimes have 3 digits versus 2, but the concept is the same. 2 people might share a great number of digits on their phone number, but they're not the same individual. And so we're sharing those digits across the phone numbers. We share alleles across the loci we test.
Just moving back a step here to contamination. Is there anything a lab can do to kind of unwind contamination occurring before a sample arrives at the laboratory?
No, we get the sample we get. We do everything we can in the lab to keep it as perfect as possible. There's always contamination in the lab. There's no avoiding it. We can reduce it, never goes away. And there's nothing we can do unless we have a time machine to go back and work on the sample before we get it.
After becoming involved in this case, did you review photos of the locations from which items of evidence were collected?
I was given photos from the 2 scenes, I think, the crime scenes. So, yes.
And it was explained to you that multiple items of evidence in this case were received by the laboratory in kind of a jumbled pile?
I think they were received individually, but before they came to the laboratory, they were an admixture of many pieces.
Okay. You're aware that there were multiple laboratories involved in this case?
I'm aware of 2 anyway.
And would one of those be Bodie Laboratories?
It is one of them.
And would the other one be the New Jersey State Police?
Those are the two laboratories that are in the documentation I was provided.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the New Jersey State Police received these items prior to the items being provided to Bodie Laboratory?
Yes, that's the typical path for an outsourcing laboratory to receive evidence.
And are you familiar with some of the items that Bodie ended up testing in this case?
I've read the reports, I've seen the pictures or the images of them, but I've never handled them myself, certainly.
Sure. But the samples that were collected, are you familiar with the type of garments or items that they were collected from?
Yes, there were images of them, and they're ordinary in a sense.
I guess my question is, did it include things like jeans or
Yes, so there's a pair of blue jeans. I think there were blue jeans. There was a shirt. There was a bunch of gloves, a series of gloves. There was a knife. There were some stains. There's a variety of items of evidence listed.
Okay. When you say gloves, were those like latex gloves or?
They looked like disposable gloves. I couldn't tell whether they were latex or nitrile. Those are the 2 different kinds that laboratories work with. But they're one of those 2 types, and they were black, and there were a number of them.
I just wanted to show you some photos that have been previously published.
Jack and Leslie. See.
I'm just going to approach with these, Judge.
Okay.
showing you D191. Have you seen that before?
I have. It's a nicer picture than what I was given, but I've seen it.
And D190.
Yes, I recall this one.
Okay. I'm just going to go through all these and then you can. D1-89.
Thank you.
You've seen?
Yes, I've seen that one.
D1-85.
Yes, this is with all the fuzz or whatever that is.
And another D1-84.
It's a different view of the same area.
Okay. You've seen those photos before today?
I have.
Okay. And you're aware that these are photos related to this case?
Yes.
And you're aware that this is the location from which it is believed that many of the items that Bodie ended up testing were originally located?
Certainly some of them look like they're from the same spot. Yes.
Judge, these having been previously published, I'm going to ask to put them on the screen.
Go ahead. You don't have an issue with it?
Yeah, I just don't know what he's going to say about him because I don't believe he talks about.
All right, hold on. Let's go to sidebar for a second.
Okay, sidebar. We'll see what happens here, but I'm having a little difficulty following the track here with our DNA expert from NGO Labs. I knew that defense should bring a DNA expert to counter all that DNA evidence that's here, or to try to shine some light on the testing or probabilities or something. But I think it has to be reasonable. And I'm pretty sure DNA is going to come up in the rebuttal from the state now that they brought a witness. With all of the understanding that I gathered Nicole Wallace had for the DNA testing, and I'm looking forward to the cross. I wonder if it'll be Christopher Decker or Nicole Wallace, but I mean, I'm keeping an open mind. I want to see where this leads. I'm really not sure what should be taking this long in this conversation. Hopefully we will hear when they come back.
Murray, just say what picture you have on the screen, please.
Doctor, this is D1-90.
Okay?
Okay. I believe you just looked at this photo a moment ago.
I did, I think.
And do you see items that appear to relate to the items that were tested by Bodie Laboratories in this case?
There's looks like a pair of, it could be blue jeans. It's a little hard to tell because it's all scrunched, but there's probably a series of pictures which show this at this level, and then as it's unfolded from itself, it's going to be more clear, but you can certainly see it's obvious there's all kinds of things in this picture, and it could be a piece of black plastic, or it could be individual pieces. Looks like there's foam rubber on it. Anyone can see that it's an S.
Showing you D1-84.
So this looks like there's a computer in the bottom. There's all kinds of, it's hard to distinguish one particular item from another in here. But it's all jumbled together. That's very clear.
Showing you D1-91.
So here, I'm going to assume because of the yellow rubber, this is another view of that same pile. And so if that's the same clothing item, you can see at the top there might be a belt loop up there, and it looks like the fabric's been either torn or burnt or ripped. So this might be another view of the same jumble.
Now, it's clear that you never went to the crime scenes in this case.
Absolutely not.
And you didn't collect any of these samples.
Did not.
And you didn't actually test any of these samples.
Also correct.
You've evaluated this case after the fact.
I was provided materials, and I looked at those materials. I examined them carefully. I reviewed them, but the physical items I never went to see, was not provided, didn't do any testing on, just the documentation of various kinds of pictures, images, reports. That's correct.
If there was testimony in this case that items that ended up being tested for DNA were received in a condition that they were in physical contact with one another, would that present concerns in terms of transfer or contamination?
We need to separate the concepts of contamination from transfer. So transfer is how DNA or biological material, more precisely, can be moved. And when we collect on a swab, we're transferring DNA. So that's normal. What you don't want is transfer DNA that's irrelevant to the case, because that's going to confuse whatever conclusions you might be able to draw. You don't want exogenous DNA added. That's one type of contamination. But you would also like the items of evidence to be physically separate, so you don't have biological material from one item going to another, because that can further confuse your conclusions. We don't have control about what happens before the item is sent to the laboratory or received by the lab, so we have to take them as they are.
If there was previously testimony in this case that the items that were tested were received by the laboratory in a condition such that they were wet, would that present concerns?
So there are several concerns with wet or damp evidence. So one is it's easier to transfer from one item to another when they're damp or wet or liquid has been poured on them. And there is a better chance of loss of DNA as the item is wet, because it promotes bacterial and fungal growth, and bacterial and fungal growth will eat the biological material, and you will lose DNA over time. So both of them are, unquote, bad for figuring out what biological material came from what item originally, and it's bad for the long-term or even short-term storage of the evidence.
Just so that we're clear, when we talk about DNA transfer, is that DNA going from one item to another, or a person to an item, or what are the confines of transfer?
The answer to your question is yes. All of those involve DNA transfer. There are technically three kinds of DNA transfer. There's direct transfer, so picking up an object, using it, grasping it, handling it, you're going to leave something behind. We can leave behind just skin cells. If I lick my finger, like if I'm going to turn a page of a book, then I would leave saliva on that item. So you can leave body fluids by direct transfer. There is indirect transfer. So that's where the DNA is transferred by an intermediary, and that can be a surface, can be a towel in the bathroom. The example often on the stand is the little desk that I have. So the other witnesses have been on this desk and they have, like I have, nervously put their hands on it. And so they've left their DNA behind and I'm doing the same. So I'm picking up theirs. The next witness, they put their hands on it. They'll pick up some of my DNA and the next person. The other third transfer is non-contact. So by exhaling, by breathing, we are emitting aerosolized droplets, and they contain mucin, some surfactant from our lungs, a little bit of saliva, and we deposit that over an area just by exhaling. Recall, 5-6 years ago, we were all very concerned about aerosolized air droplets in the epidemic, and so those droplets contain DNA, and you can swab an area where no one has touched, but you've been breathing, and you can pick up a DNA profile from that. So contact, secondary, or non-contact are how DNA is transferred.
Now, did you review the New Jersey State Police case file in this case?
I did.
Did you review the Bodie case file in this case?
As well?
Can you, in terms of Bodie Laboratory, can you tell us the documents that you reviewed?
So I was provided with the Bodie reports. There were supplemental reports, additional reports. There was also a case file. So that's a series of documents that the lab produces during the processing of all those steps I mentioned earlier about how to develop a profile. There are additional documents from the probabilistic mixture interpretation software, the StarMix software. There's internal chain of custody, and there's a whole bunch of worksheets that are also recorded by the lab during the processing of those steps. Those were all given from the Bodie laboratory.
And were those all reviewed by you?
Yes.
And how about electrocardiograms?
So that's the visualization that we talked about earlier, and those are absolutely required to do a case review, and I was provided with the electropharograms, or the egrams for short.
Did Bodie Laboratory in this case use StarMix?
They analyzed the mixed DNA profiles, all the profiles actually, by StarMix, as well as manual examination.
Do you have any experience in terms of reviewing the validation studies for StarMix?
I do.
Okay. And what is a validation study?
A validation study in concept is very simple. It's the testing a laboratory does to ensure that the method, reagent, commercial kit, software is working the way it's supposed to in the lab. And they have to verify that whatever you use in the lab, not everything, but close to it, works the way it's supposed to, and that the lab develops a set of parameters around which they will use whatever it is. So they're testing it and proving to themselves that it works the way it's supposed to, and that's their validation.
And its StarMix is as far as I understand from what you're saying, StarMix is also subject to these validations.
Absolutely. There's a strict, relatively strict requirement for validating software.
What is, in general terms, what is StarMix?
StarMix is a computer program.
And what is the purpose of the program?
The purpose of the program is to try and understand mixed DNA profiles better.
Why? What would make it different than traditional DNA analysis?
It's not that the analysis is different, it's a different approach to examining the data that we generate from the profile. And because DNA profiles can be very complex or complicated, and they can be incomplete, the StarMix program is designed and advertised to be able to extract more data from those kinds of samples than you can do with a manual interpretation.
Is StarMix a continuous model?
That's the technical term, that's correct.
Okay. Why is it that a computer is better at handling a continuous model than a human?
I don't think the computer is better, it's faster, so maybe that makes it better. In theory, you could do the calculations for a continuous model at your desk, but it might take you a while. And so the concept is that the computer can do many, many more calculations and much faster than you can, or certainly than I can. And so if you use a computer to make all those calculations, you can get an answer from a continuous model much faster than if you were trying to do it manually.
When StarMix is doing a computation in a case, are there assumptions that it relies on? And if so, what are they?
Oh, there are both assumptions as well as specific parameters that the program needs in order to do its calculations.
Okay, how are those parameters entered into the program?
There's two different kinds. There's the kind of parameter that the laboratory has built into the software, and then there are parameters specific to that profile that's being examined.
Okay. So do laboratories, when you say there's parameters that are specific to the lab, do laboratories to an extent choose their own parameters to apply to StarMix?
Absolutely.
And what are the types of parameters that a laboratory, an individual laboratory might choose to apply?
I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but there are parameters about how they generate their profile. And then there are parameters specific to that sample. And so a human, an analyst, has to do the parameters specific to that sample. The others are built into the program earlier.
Now, the parameters specific to the sample, what would those include?
So they are the actual alleles that the analyst has declared as being reliable. And then there is the parameter of the number of contributors that the analyst gives the program.
And from where does the analyst derive their conclusion about how many contributors would be present?
They derive the number of contributors, sometimes abbreviated NOC, number of contributors, by examining the electropherogram, by allele counting, which is the simplest way, and or adding in another parameter that they're deducing from the ratio of the peak heights, the strength of the signal of the various contributors.
Now, does StarMix give, is the ultimate result of using StarMix, does it give a yes or no answer on whether someone's DNA is present in a sample?
It does not.
It sounds like StarMix can be a helpful tool for laboratories to use.
I think that's true.
Are there concerns associated with the use of StarMix?
Well, I have concerns, and I think there are other analysts who do.
Objection, Judge. Move to strike.
You're to disregard what other people may think. He can't testify to that. He can only testify to what he knows. So, sir, I'm going to just ask for you to limit your testimony to your thoughts, if you don't mind, please.
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
What, if you were to say, you were stating, I think, what your concerns could be about the use of the program?
Correct. So the program can certainly be useful. There are limits to the program's ability to give results in terms of their reliability. Everything has its limits. And the question is, are you within those guidelines for the StarMix analysis?
Is StarMix capable of handling low quality or low quantity DNA?
The program is just the program. What you put into it determines what you get out of it. The old computer garbage in, garbage out certainly applies. So it will give an answer. The question is, do I think it's reliable at the edges of the quality of the profile?
So will StarMix give an answer even when the data are weak?
It will calculate what you tell it to do, and then somebody has to determine whether they believe that result or it's relatively within those parameters for reliability.
Does the presence of a number of conclusion that StarMix comes to demonstrate that that conclusion is reliable?
No, so just the final calculated number is just the calculated number. You need to look deeper into the data to determine, as an analyst, as myself, whether you believe the result or not.
Can StarMix tell us, like, how or when DNA was deposited on an item?
StarMix, neither StarMix nor any other method I'm aware of can tell you when in DNA profiling.
Can StarMix draw any assumptions about whether DNA was deposited directly or indirectly through transfer?
The DNA profile is the DNA profile, and it will be the same through any of the methods of DNA transfer we discussed earlier.
Do you think that, well, let me move on for a second here. Traditional DNA analysis, does it also generate statistics for the, does it attempt to generate a statistic, if it can, about the likelihood of a sample coming from one source versus another?
So the traditional DNA profile statistic is not a likelihood ratio. It is a frequency, how often you might see that particular profile. And under the requirements of an accredited laboratory, if you report a comparison between an evidentiary sample and a reference sample, you are obligated to report a statistic of that comparison. And one type of statistic, which StarMix generates, is a likelihood ratio. But manually, we would report a frequency, sometimes called a random man not excluded, RMNE, another acronym, but there's other statistics as well. So the manual is not a likelihood ratio, but StarMix and its family of software is a likelihood ratio.
Okay. So a likelihood ratio is a different statistic than a random person.
It is.
And what is the random person frequency? What is that designed to demonstrate about the data?
It's basically designed to demonstrate how rare that particular profile is. How many people would you have to test to come up with that particular profile?
But StarMix isn't using that statistic.
It is not.
It's using something else.
That's correct.
And it's using something, so the number that StarMix generates isn't a random person frequency.
It is not.
What is it, when StarMix is generating a number, what is it trying to tell us in that number?
The number technically is a likelihood ratio. It's the ratio of two mutually exclusive outcomes, two mutually exclusive hypotheses, two mutually exclusive propositions. Take your pick, same thing. It's comparing which of those is more probable than the other.
Would those be expressed in the likelihood that a person is a contributor to a sample versus the likelihood that they are not a contributor?
It is not. That's an incorrect statement of the likelihood ratio. The likelihood ratio is looking at the ratio of the propositions or a ratio of the hypotheses, period. The profiles do not enter into the likelihood ratio.
Does a likelihood ratio consider every person who could have possibly contributed to the sample?
It does not.
In situations where we have a likelihood ratio expressed as a number, does that in and of itself mean that there are no people out there who, if they were tested, would have a higher likelihood ratio?
It does not. The likelihood ratio is calculated in comparison to the provided profile by the lab. And you can ask the software any number of individuals you want compared to the profile you've given it for its calculation. It's one by one.
Does the likelihood ratio offer any statements or assertions about profiles that weren't provided to the software?
It does not.
So, random person tells us how common a profile is.
The random man statistic tells us how often you might find that profile.
Likelihood ratio tells us which one of the hypotheses that are associated.
Which hypothesis is more probable from the data that StarMix was provided?
So it's important then when we're looking at likelihood ratio, not just to see the size of the number, but to understand what the number is actually trying to signify.
To understand the likelihood ratio, you have to understand what that statistic is telling you, that's for sure. And then you need context for the number you're given. It may look big, but is it really big compared to, say, full profile? Or is it the only possible answer from the analysis? Those are different questions. The program just gives you the number, and then we have to examine it in a different way.
When you said, would it look big compared to a full profile? Were you talking about, is there a way to express a full profile, like the idea of a full profile in a number?
No, what I meant was, I'm sorry for the confusion, is that we can ask the StarMix program what the result would be if we gave the program the best profile it has already calculated. And because we talked about sometimes you don't get a full profile, what happens if you have a full profile? What does that likelihood ratio number look like?
Now, did you create a PowerPoint presentation for this case?
I did.
And does that include certain, does it include items that you received when you looked at the Bodie case file?
It includes direct copies of materials provided from the Bodie Laboratory through your office.
Sure.
Okay, another sidebar. Okay, so seems like we're getting into it now. He has issues with the software, and he is a lab manager. And so hopefully we can see that the jury will understand the information that's coming through and be able to formulate some questions in regard to it. And hopefully the questions can be answered, if possible, by the cross.
Whether you like it or not, I've been staring at you. And I just want to give you a break at this point in time. I think it'd be good to give you a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back out. So don't discuss this case, don't do any research, and I'll bring you back out somewhere around 10 o'clock. Thank you all.
Okay, let's take a short break. I, for one, could use another cup of coffee. This is hard testimony for me to get through. I don't know if it's the manner that he speaks, but there's some contradictory statements this gentleman makes, like one sentence after the other. But we'll give it our best shot. Let's all take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few. Okay, I got my coffee, and it looks like just in time. Seems the judge is ready to start again.
Doctor, when you reviewed the Bodie case file, did it become apparent to you that they had received reference samples from certain people in this case?
Yes, they did.
And do you recall who they received reference samples from?
There were, I believe, 5 reference samples in the Bodie materials, and they were Jennifer Caneiro, Keith Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Paul Caneiro.
And did you have an opportunity to see within those reference samples for each of those people, their alleles at each of the locations that the laboratory tested?
The Bodie report provided the DNA profiles of the reference samples, and they were in what's called an allele summary chart.
Did you include that allele summary chart in the presentation that you developed for this case?
I did.
Okay. And use that chart to make certain visualizations of the data that's within it?
Tried to use those data to illustrate some points about the DNA profiles themselves.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what I've marked as D150. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that the presentation that you constructed for this case?
This is a hard copy of the computer file, the PowerPoint, but yes, it is.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask to publish D150.
Prosecutor?
No objection, Judge.
Okay.
the laptop, right? Not the.
Yeah, can we maybe turn those lights? All right, can you see that clearly?
I can. I have a hard copy, so I'm good.
What are we looking at here?
So this is an allele summary chart, and it's taken directly from the Bodie report. And this is a vertical version of an allele summary chart. You can show them in different ways. But the first column that says locus and has these strange names, D3, VWA, D16, etc. So those are the names of the genetic elements, the short tandem repeats that we talked about, that are being tested against all of the individuals that we see here. And so the order of those loci is not important. That turns out to be the order that the electropherogram displays them, so it's a convenience. And then per individual horizontally are the DNA profiles that were provided from those references to Bodie. So Bodie didn't develop these profiles, they were provided them. And so you can see that the second column, one Jennifer Caneiro, has numbers at each of the loci. There's some exceptions. D3, VWA, D16, etc. Same for Jesse Caneiro, same for Sophia, same for Keith, same for Paul Caneiro. So their individual profiles at each locus are in each one of the data fields that you see.
Okay. There's certain areas where it says not tested.
Correct.
Right. That is, should we take from that those are areas that were not considered by the laboratory?
Yes, so there's two different ways to interpret that on this summary. There's no data for those individuals at that location, Y indel, and you'll notice that there are some other areas which are also listed as not tested. Those are markers from a male only, and obviously the females who are providing a reference sample don't have the male specific Y chromosome, so they will not be able to give data for those markers.
Now, were you told as far as your participation in this case that the people that we see displayed on this allele chart are related to one another?
Yes,
And were you told that Paul and Keith were siblings?
correct.
Was it also apparent that Keith and Jennifer were the parents of Jesse and Sophia?
You can analyze that from the data, but that was also in one of the documents I received. Pardon me.
When you say we can analyze it from the data, what would we do looking at this chart to see that?
So you're asking about how to do a paternity test, in fact. So, and this is how paternity is performed from DNA profiles. So you would take the alleged father, that's the term in paternity testing, which would be column 4, and then you would compare the DNA profile of the alleged father to the DNA profile of the child, the other term used in paternity testing. And for the tested man to be the biological father of the child, then at least one of his alleles has to be present in the child. Because here we have the mother, Jennifer Caneiro, we can incorporate her profile in the analysis, and that makes actually the statistics of the paternity stronger. So that's how it's done. And you would do it row by row.
Now, this is obviously a lot of numbers that we're looking at on this screen. Did you attempt to reformat this chart, keeping the information, but presenting it in a different visual way?
I didn't reformat it. I did try and come up with a way of showing allele sharing, and I have a couple of approaches, maybe is the term.
Okay. So just going to screen 2, what are we looking at on this screen?
Okay, so this is probably not the easiest one to look at, but I tried it a couple of different ways. So this is the same data, same alleles, same markers, but here I've tried to color code the alleles that are shared across the 5 individuals. So the concept is to look at one marker. We can take the first one to start, say D3, and you would look along the row. So anywhere where there's a blue number, it's going to be shared among the individuals across that marker. And because there's 2 different markers between the 5 of them, a 15 and a 17, they're shared in different ways. So one of them's red on that row and the other is blue. And so you would look at this row by row. The TPOX row, which is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th row down, is an example of every individual in this reference set has an allele 8. And so you couldn't tell from TPOX who a contributor is from the allele 8. That's a way of trying to show allele sharing.
And then what did you do here in screen 3?
So this is sort of taking out the numbers because I'm not really interested in the actual alleles at this point. And again, I'm trying to show how alleles are shared across these 5 reference profiles. Again, the markers that were being tested and whose allele calls we have just looked at on the 2 previous slides are in the first column. And then row by row, you can see how these colors are shared, and it's the same data that we had before, but now in colors. So you can see the blue in the first row is shared across, the red between 3 of them. If you look at TPOX, you can see that every one of these references has a gray. And so row by row, you can see how similar, how much sharing there is across these individuals. And I've just changed the colors to make it slightly easier. So for D21, which is about the top third, I use the 2 brown and so forth and so on. So it's just demonstrating how much sharing there is among these individuals.
And in this, actually, we see some boxes that they have vertical lines within them, black and white vertical lines.
Yes, so I apologize. On this screen, they don't show up that well. We'll see them maybe in a couple of other slides. But there are loci that have alleles that are not shared across. And I tried to illustrate that by the barred lines, which are hard to see in this slide, I'm sorry. I think they'll show up better, but there are alleles which are not shared, and those can be useful in the examination of the data as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip now to, this is screen 5, slide 5. Have you taken those gray areas where sharing doesn't occur and specifically broken them out in this slide?
I have. So because the color chart is confusing enough, I'm sorry, I wanted to identify where there are some, we're going to call them indicator alleles. They're not unique alleles in the population, but they are indicators for these 5 individuals. And so you can see that some of the individuals don't have an indicator allele. Jesse Caneiro, for example, and Keith Caneiro, but Jennifer does, and Sophia does, and Paul Caneiro does. And so those, if they show up, can tell us some information. So from the color chart on the left, I took out all the colors and just left the indicator positions on the right-hand side.
So the takeaway here is that on the right side of the screen, where any area on the chart where we don't see gray shading, would that be an area where there is to some degree allele sharing between these 5 references?
That's correct. That was the point of changing it the way I did.
I've moved on to screen 6. These shaded areas have now been represented as numbers, is that correct?
Well, the shaded areas always represented alleles, and now you can see the specific alleles that are represented. The indicator allele calls are now on the right-hand side, at least on my screen. And so I've gone from the actual full allele summary chart to a color coding to try and show shared alleles, to the indicator alleles, to the actual alleles that we're going to talk about.
Okay. So moving into some of the actual testing that Bodhi did in this case. We see in this slide, well, I'll just ask you, this is slide 7. What are we seeing here?
So I'm sorry, there's a lot going on. The left-hand area, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels, and if you can see them, they're blue, green, black, red, and slightly purple. That's an actual electropherogram taken from the Bodhi Discovery materials of electropherogram E01A, as it turns out. And then we can talk about what the electropherogram is and what it shows. The middle is the same indicator allele chart we just looked at. And then all the way to the right is the allele chart that Bodhi published on its interpretation of that electropherogram. And I have added the red boxes that you see around some of the allele calls on the chart.
Okay. Just quickly, in terms of the left side of the screen here, if we were to go to the column, the third column down that you placed in black here, these little boxes that come down off of the electropherogram, what are they telling us?
Okay, so we can examine any of the panels. We interpret them all the same way. We can certainly start with the panel that's in black. It might be the easiest to see. So first thing you will notice, there's a long, narrow rectangle that spans most of that panel. Across the top are these smaller red rectangles, and if you could zoom in, you would see that they have the names of the markers that are being tested. So in this case, oh, thank you. So you can see that the markers in the black panel are D2, analysts shorten the names, but technically it's D2S441, D19, THO1, and FGA. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4 markers tested in this dissect. There are, as you can see, needles or spikes. They're peaks, which go from the bottom of the panel to the top. Some of them are tall, some of them are shorter. And underneath each one of the peaks that is recognized as a peak by the software, there is a data box. Those boxes have 3 values, top, middle, and bottom. The top value in each box is the allele call, the number of repeats that that peak represents. So at D2, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 peaks. And the full profile at that position would be 10, 11, 11, 3, 13, and 14. You'll also notice that there's quite a variation in the peak height for those peaks, from all the way to the left, the 10, which is pretty small, all the way to the 14, which is pretty small. And then there's 2, 3 much taller peaks. The middle number in the data box refers to the peak height, and that's from the scale off to the left, the vertical scale that goes 0, 1400, 2800, 4,200, 5,600 would be at the top. That's the middle number in the box. The bottom number in the box is a more technical number, and that's the size of that peak in base pairs, not in signal strength. And that refers to the horizontal scale that's put here across the top, 70, 140, etc. So the full expression would be allele call 10, essentially 300 units tall, and it's 85 base pairs long. We're only going to be interested today in the allele call 10, but the other information is put there by the software.
These peak heights that we're seeing that vary, it looks like fairly substantially in height. Why do they vary in that way?
So the peak height, how tall the peak is, how many units that peak has, is proportional to the amount of DNA that that contributor has in the sample. So more DNA, stronger signal, taller peak, bigger number in the second part of the box. Okay, so now you've seen the electropherogram. The indicator alleles are the same chart that we've seen already, and then all the way on the right is the Bodie allele chart from the relevant report. The Bodie sample name is at the top. The same order of loci is on the left, and then the alleles that Bodie recorded are in each row, and I've added the red square boxes.
What did you add the red square boxes to indicate?
Wanted to indicate the indicator alleles that we've been looking at so far. So the first example of that is in VWA, the second marker on the list. Bodie recorded a 14, a 17, and an 18, and if you go back to the electropherogram, you'll see where those came from. And if we look at the indicator alleles, the only one of the 5 reference samples that has a 17 at VWA is Sophia Caneiro. So that's an indicator that she might be one of the contributors to this sample. We can go to D2S441, about almost halfway down the chart. There, Bodie recorded a 10, an 11, 11, 3, a 13, and a 14. You may recall we just looked at that marker. And the 10 allele, the only individual in this set of reference standards who has a 10 at D2 is Jennifer Caneiro, and so forth and so on. So there are indicator alleles from Paul Caneiro, and I've marked the 15-2 at D19, FGA, SE33, and D10. That's what we have.
Okay. Now,
Moving forward, obviously, I think that, just quickly, you constructed similar screens, similar slides, doing the same information breakdown, but with different samples that Bodie tested.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is another screen, same format. The
Hold on. What
Excuse
slide
me.
are we on?
slide 9.
So that was the last one, slide 8. We just gotta make sure we identify each one that we're using.
The one we were on previously was slide 7.
7. And this is 9.
This is 9.
Okay.
Excuse me, my hard copy is 9. Thank you.
Okay, so just to make sure, in slide 9, we're looking at the same breakdown of information that you did, but it's a different item that Bodie tested?
Correct.
Is that right?
And then in slide 8, that's once again, same breakdown of information, but a different item that Bodie tested.
Also correct.
Moving to slide 10, Now we're seeing some additional color on the screen. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Right, so here I've sort of taken away the electropherogram. You've seen how that works and how to analyze that, and that the data from the electropherogram is summarized on the chart. And now I've gone a slightly different way of showing the data. Again, we're looking at shared alleles, indicator alleles, and alleles that don't come back to any of the reference samples that were provided in the Bodie report. So the red squares are the same indicator alleles, 17 at VWA, the 10 at D2, and so forth. And then the shared alleles go back to the color coding I showed earlier. They actually go back to the reference profile, but the color coding concept is there. And then there are some alleles which don't come back to any of the reference samples, and those are the purple circles. And I'm sorry for all the different colors, but I'm trying to illustrate how to interpret the data. And then the sample itself would have been the pair of genes, and those were, we saw at least the top image previously, and then the bottom image is from the Laboratories examination of the item. Recall, that's one of the things the lab does. You can see the ruler across the top. So that's the physical item. That's where it came from, maybe in terms. And then these are the profile data from the sample.
And so in this grid here for EO1A1, the spaces where we're seeing purple, these are indications of places we have data, but are they unable to be attributed to any of the 5 samples that were given to Bodie?
The reference samples, that's correct.
Moving to slide 11, is this similar to what we just saw in the previous slide?
It's a different item of evidence, but the approach is the same. It's the summary chart from the Bodie report. There's an image of the item. There is some analysis of the shared alleles and the unique indicator alleles, maybe not unique, the indicator alleles as described earlier.
Okay, and is this slide in reference to evidence sample EOTB?
It is. That's at the top, just to make sure that there's no confusion or less confusion.
Slide 12.
This is a different sample again. This is EO3B. Same format, the particular glove, the allele summary, the indicator alleles in red, and the shared alleles in the green circles.
Okay, I want to move on to slide 13. Did you create this chart or did someone else create this chart?
I did not make this chart.
Okay. Was this chart included in the Bodie case file that you reviewed?
I believe it was actually in the report, but it was also in the case file.
Okay.
What are you able, based on your review of this case, to interpret what we're looking at here?
I can describe it, certainly, and I can do my best to interpret it. So recall the reference profile summary that was the first slide in this series. And so it again has the 5 reference individuals. And then instead of having the genetic markers on the first column, we have the different samples that Bodie tested. There are additional columns which have been added, and they include the analyst's assumption of the number of contributors. That's the second column from the left. There is another column added by Bodie, which provides their view of the individuals in the mixture who might be suitable for comparison. Then there are the Bodie's assumptions, or pardon me, their conclusions about whether or not each of the reference individuals are in that mixed profile. Not every profile here is a mixed profile. And then all the way at the far end is another column which asks the question, is combination possible? And so this is their chart of the data and their analysis of the submitted items of evidence run through DNA profiling, and in some cases analyzed by the StarMix program you mentioned earlier.
So just so we're clear, in this table that we have, the second table over, assumed number of contributors.
Right, that's actually the second column.
Does StarMix draw that conclusion, or is that an assumption that is provided to StarMix by
A human being at the lab.
The human being, the analyst, puts the number of contributor value into the software. StarMix does not have an approach to determine the number of contributors it will use in its calculations.
As we go along on this first row for EO1A1, we're going to see certain areas, are we not, where the words visually excluded are noted?
Correct.
And are they noted in reference to the specific reference samples that were provided in this case?
That's the best assumption. So yes, so apparently Bodie, not using StarMix, decided that Jennifer Caneiro is not part of the mixed DNA profile from, if you zoom back out, I'll tell you the sound, I think that's EO1. So that's Bodie's manual analysis of that mixed profile. The analyst gave 3 contributors to StarMix and then visually excluded Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro from being contributors to the mixed profile.
Okay. So the visual exclusion is just like the number of contributors inclusion, one that is drawn by the analyst rather than the StarMix program.
That's correct.
And what we see with EO1A1 is there's 2 green boxes in that row.
Correct.
And there's numbers representing support for inclusion in those boxes.
The box has two things. It has a number and then it has a verbal scale.
Now, why is it that there are, this is in terms of the first row, EO1A1, why is it that the analyst has assumed 3 contributors, but we only see a breakdown for support of 2 people, 2 of the reference samples?
That's correct.
Why are we seeing, why did the analyst include 3 when we're only seeing 2 in terms of the green boxes?
Okay, so you're actually asking 2 questions there. One, how does the analyst determine the number of contributors? There are basically 2 ways that that's done. One is by allele counting, and I tried to refer to that earlier. Recall that at any locus, there can only be 2 alleles from one person. If a marker has 3 alleles, we have to account for that extra allele. It's got to be 2 contributors. If there are 4 alleles, then we could have 2 alleles from person 1, 2 alleles from person 2, that's 2. If there are 5 alleles, we can account for the first 2 from one person, the second 2 from the second person, and the last hanging out allele would be from the third person. So that's the allele counting approach, and you can continue on. There's also a way of providing additional interpretation for contributors by looking at the variation in the peak heights. It's not as strong a method, but it can be used in addition. And then Bodie has assumed 3, but to them, only 2 of the 3 are suitable for comparison. So for them, one of those profiles is so weak and incomplete, they aren't able to make a comparison and try and deduce who it might be from. So from the chart, for them, there's a missing, unquote, contributor. They're going to claim that Paul Caneiro is one of the possible contributors to the mixed profile. More formally, the proposition that that his profile is similar to the profile the software calculates is a big number. And similarly for Sophia Caneiro, they would argue that it's more likely than not that her profile is similar to one of the profiles the software calculates. So the proposition that it's more probable that Paul Caneiro is a contributor is more probable, and the same more probable for Sophia, and there's no information as to who the third contributor, according to Bodie, might be.
So we're missing data from this.
We're missing a conclusion, certainly.
Just also, we'll staying on this chart. We see in EO5A1, which I can zoom in on here.
Right.
Again, do we see an assumed number of contributors?
We do. It's 3 according to Bodie.
As we go across on that row, were there visual exclusions?
There were.
How many were there?
I count 4 at that particular row.
There's this lab didn't have any more than these 5 reference samples. Is that right?
The report only lists the 5 that we talked about. There were no other reference profiles in the Bodie report or their case file.
So here we're seeing an instance where there's 3 assumed contributors at least, but only one of the reference samples shows support for inclusion.
As listed in the table, that's correct.
Again, is this an indication that we are missing information, that we're missing data?
We certainly have no information about who the other 2, according to Bodie, contributors might be. Their analysis of the profile is that only one part of the profile was suitable for comparison, and they did not try. According to them, none of the other reference profiles are in the mixture.
I'd like to go down on this same table to EO7A1. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In this example, what was the number of assumed contributors?
2 is what Bodie marked.
Going across to the reference samples, is there support for inclusion amongst any of the reference samples here?
There are star mix results or likelihood ratios for the 5 reference samples for that sample, and the chart table lists the likelihood ratio for each one and the verbal scale as used by Bodie.
What we see in terms of the verbal scale here is that, so there can be, the scale itself talks about moderate support, limited support, very strong support. How do those, are these, is that verbal scale, is that a useful way, in your opinion, of laying the value of the number?
My opinion is it's not.
Here we see various numbers in each of these boxes. When we look at the first, 2.6 thousand, what is, when we see that number, again, what are we supposed to take away from that?
I can tell you what it's meant to represent. How you conclude is different. The 2,600 is the likelihood ratio of the comparison between two possible outcomes. One outcome is that if you go to the top, that would have to be Jennifer Caneiro, that the proposition that Jennifer Caneiro is one of the two contributors is more likely than not, versus the proposition that there are two unknown contributors. So according to the star mix calculation, it's 2,600 times more likely that her profile is part of the mixed profile compared to the proposition that both of the profiles are unknown. We could go to the next tested individual, which would be Jesse Caneiro, and there the likelihood ratio is 85. And so there's a verbal scale under that. Same concept of the different proportions. Here would be the proportion of the hypotheses that Jesse Caneiro's profile is part of the mixture that the software calculates versus they're both unknown. We have a different likelihood ratio in the 6 column officially. So here we're talking about Sophia Caneiro. So that's a 48 billion likelihood ratio that's going to have 9 zeros behind the 48. Same two concepts of the proportion. Part of the, it's more likely than not that that would form part of the mixture. We have 9,000 for Keith Caneiro, very different number, again, 3 zeros after the 9. And then 1.9 thousand, again, more likely than not for Paul Caneiro. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pretty different at some level likelihood ratios depending on which individual is tested against the star mix calculations.
Now, we talked today about obviously mixed profiles in a DNA sample, but what can you tell us about the idea of there being a major versus a minor contributor to a sample?
So the terms major and minor are used in the analysis of mixed profiles when possible. Recall that the peaks that we saw in the electropherogram were different heights. So there were some, I'm going to call them by their scientific name, itty bitty. There are little peaks and tall peaks. So if we can measure the peak heights, and that's the second number in the data box, we can segregate the taller peaks into one set of piles and the little peaks into another. And our names for the major are the taller peaks and the minor contributors would be the smaller peaks. It's a way of doing a manual deconvolution of the mixed profile versus the computer version that StarMix does.
Okay. I'm going to move to slide 14. Now, can you tell us what we're looking at in this screen?
So here I've put together a couple different pieces of documentation from Bodie. The top is the cut piece from the same chart we just looked at.
Okay.
It's a different item, EO2, and it's just cut from that chart we just looked at. Beneath that is the StarMix, what's called a deconvolution report. It's the analysis of the calculated profile from StarMix, but here the sample file that is used is the evidence sample, and it has deconvoluted, the StarMix program has deconvoluted the sample into two contributors. Recall the analyst tells it how many contributors, and it has decided that one contributor has 94 some odd % of all of the peak heights, and that the second contributor is just 6% of all of the signal strength. So there's certainly a major contributor who has most of the signal and a minor contributor who has a little bit of signal.
When we look at the two contributors and the different percentages that they contribute to the sample, we see in the top of this slide, EOTV1, that there are two green areas in that row of information.
Correct.
And does one apply to Sophia and one apply to Paul?
It does. We don't necessarily know that from this screenshot, but it does. And so 94%, the major contributor, is essentially a full profile of somebody, and the star mix calculates the likelihood ratio for that compared to her reference sample. And then the 6% has much less data, and so the likelihood ratio the star mix can calculate, which is shown at the top, is going to be much, 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 much smaller.
15.
Is this a further breakdown of the information that we're getting from StarMix on the proportions of contributor 2? That 6% contributor?
This is more data from StarMix, and it is data that is provided in the discovery materials, and it is a summary of one of the calculations that StarMix does. Recall, we just looked at a slide that had two contributors, one 94% and one 6%, and recall that there were two individuals who were more likely than not in the stronger proportion. And here we're looking at the 6% contributor, the minor contributor, the one with the lower likelihood ratio. And here I have taken star mix calculation for each locus. If you look on the right-handmost column of each part of the slide, you'll see the same D3, VWA, D16, and so forth we've been looking at. And in the genotype column is the star mix calculation for the 6% second minor contributor, what the software thinks is the best, most probable profile for each locus. And then I have compared that to the actual reference profile of Paul Caneiro, and where the star mix most probable is Mr. Caneiro's profile, it's green, and where it's not, it's red.
Okay, I'm just gonna, would you mind if I just zoom in on this so we can get a little bit better look at the page itself?
It's easier for my eyesight, that's for sure. So we're going to go back and do this slightly differently. The locus we've been looking at all the way across. The StarMix software has calculated its most probable set of choices for the D3 locus. And the genotype, the most likely one, is 1515. Another possible genotype at D3 would be any allele at 15. The next, and as we go down the list, they become less and less probable, and that is shown in the weight column to the right. So the highest weight is the most probable one, 1515, and then any allele in 15, and then any allele, and then it goes down 14, 15, any to 14, and then 14, 14 is the least probable. You can see how the numbers change quite dramatically. The same data from StarMix is at the VWA locus. Most probable is at the top of that section, which would be 1818. Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro's profile is a 1418, and you can see that the most probable 1418 is much lower than the probable it calculates as 1818. So his profile is not at the top at all. Similarly for D16, we need 1313 for Mr. Caneiro, and that's considerably down the list of weighted probable profiles this program calculates. And I just did that for all of the markers that were in this profile.
And all of this, what we're seeing in this chart, all of this is in reference to that contributor who only in the first place
Contributed 6% to
That's correct.
that mixture.
It's noted right at the top, this is contributor 2, the minor contributor.
So within being that 6% contributor, the program is also going to tell us
How much it weighs the individual allele calls at each location.
Correct. It does that for both the 94% and the 6%, but you asked me about the 6%, and that's what this is.
And the allele, and the places in red are all the places where Paul is not even the first choice to be the 6% contributor. Is that fair?
He is not the highest probability result for the loci with the red allele calls.
And by the way, you mentioned this before, but looking at VWA here, where
1818 was the most likely allele call from the program, we do see, you mentioned that there's a QQ,
There is.
and the statistic of it being QQ is 13.47%.
Correct. That's the weight that the program assigns to that allele call at VWA.
So QQ means any combination of alleles.
It means any comma any, so it would be any combination of alleles at VWA.
So this program is also considering as statistically what any combination of alleles at this location could be.
Correct.
I'm just going to change slides here to slide 16.
Is this similar to what we were looking at a moment ago?
It's organized in an identical manner. So the specific row from the previous chart is shown at the top, and then the deconvolution star mix top of that page is shown beneath it. And here, again, the analyst has chosen 2 contributors. The software has calculated its proportion of those contributors, 86 versus 14, and that's what's shown here.
And then, so in terms of the summary of contributors, we looked at this from the other slide.
Here, the percentages, are they the same or are they different?
Well, they're different from the first chart, or the slide we just looked at. There's still a considerable difference in the peak strength. So 86 to 14 would still give you a major and a minor for sure.
Turning to slide 17,
Once again, for this particular sample, EO3B, are we looking in this chart at the weights given to for the 14% contributor?
We are. This is the same analysis for a different sample. So the 2 big columns, which have 3 individual columns, are the full inferred genotype table for contributor 2, the 14% contributor. Each section is by locus. The top allele call is the most probable for that particular locus, and then a comparison with Mr. Caneiro's authentic profile is shown in green, where it is the most probable, and the red, where it's not.
now,
Did you have an opportunity to observe the number of alleles that, in terms of these tested locations, that Paul shared with Keith?
Yes, that was on an earlier chart. We could look at that.
Actually, just going to bring up some exhibits at this point that were previously published. This is what was previously published as D141. This is also an allele chart, correct?
This is the same reference set allele chart we looked at the very beginning and that we have used through various ways of looking at the data.
Do you see that there's some highlights for Keith and Paul in blue in terms of their allele?
Yep. I do see some highlighting, I think is the term.
Now, one of the ways we can, I guess, a way that we see how many alleles they share at each of these locations is just to count them, right?
Correct. We can count the number of shared alleles between the two and calculate whatever you want from that.
So, in looking at this and looking at the areas that are highlighted, is it apparent to you that Paul and Keith, in terms of testable alleles,
Shared over 70%
of that information?
They did. I believe the actual number is 74%, but 70% is near enough.
Okay, so 70%
For siblings, is there a minimum DNA percentage that siblings would need to share?
For full siblings, the number is 50%. If they're full sibs, they have to share 50% of their DNA between the two of them. That's the inheritance pattern that requires that.
And what if there's more than two siblings? What if there's three siblings?
Then
they're full siblings.
then each one of those siblings has to share a minimum of 50% of their alleles with the other sibling.
We can see which alleles that Keith shared with Paul and vice versa from this chart, right?
Correct.
But are we able to make any statements about what alleles a third sibling might share with Paul without having that reference sample?
No, you know that they have to share at least 50%, but we don't know whether that would be like here, 70+%, could be a little higher, could be a little lower. 50% is the minimum if they're true full siblings. They come from the same parent. The parents only have a certain amount of genetic information present in each one of them. They have to share one set from mom, one set from dad. Same for these two sibs.
70% is obviously higher than the 50% that siblings need to share. When Paul and when we see this with Paul and Keith, does that level of relatedness, does that have any impact on the percentage of alleles that an unknown full sibling might share with Keith and Paul?
The hint is that another full sib would share more than 50%. I can't calculate what that would be because I only have the data in front of us. They have to share 50, no choice. The two that you've demonstrated share more, which is expected, and one would expect that another sib, another full sib, would share roughly the same amount as shown here. Has to be 50, could be 70, could be higher. The range is sort of set by this, but is not determinative.
Moving to Exhibit 142. Again, are we seeing the same kind in this exhibit? Are we seeing the same information from StarMix in terms of the summary of contributors?
Yes, we are.
And can you see what reference sample this?
It's listed as EO6.
And do we see a breakdown of the major versus the minor contributor in this sample?
We do. So the program calculated the percentages of the two contributors based on the number of contributors set by the analyst. and we have 95% to 5%. So the minor contributor is 20 times less than the major contributor.
And are you aware that there were, in terms of the assumed major and minor in this sample EO6A, do you know which of the people in reference samples was the assumed major and minor?
I would have to go look at the chart, but if we look at EO6A, so there are two individuals who are listed on the Bodie chart, and the major would be Sophia Caneiro, and the minor would be Paul Caneiro. The 5% would be Paul Caneiro, and the likelihood ratio difference is substantial.
Again, as we were looking at previously in your PowerPoint, do we see here a analysis of the weight breakdown for contributor number 2?
This is exactly the same kind of analysis you just showed, and it's the same kind of analysis I did. Here, instead of putting the actual allele calls of the reference standard of Paul Caneiro, somebody has outlined in yellow where his profile is not the most probable. Same concept. I'd like to put more results in the table, but the idea is the same, that his profile is not the most probable at many of the loci that StarMix used in its calculations.
Just for context,
Scrolling down, is this on this page of the StarMix analysis, this is a continuation of the weighting per contributor 2?
It is. So in the original document, it's on continuous pages, and I put them on one page so I wouldn't have to scroll, to be honest. But it's exactly the same approach, where the loci are on the left, the genotypes are in each section, the weights are the next column over, and someone has highlighted where Mr. Caneiro's allele calls are not at the top of the probability list.
Here, I'm just going to take us to page 8 of well, it's actually, I'm sorry, it's Bates stamp 54540 of this exhibit. This is, do you see that there's something labeled component interpretation summary?
Yes, it's right in the middle of the page.
What is that?
So this is showing where one of the alleles of the reference profile that's used in the comparator is at its most probable. And so you can see there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 areas where at least one of the alleles shows up as the highest probability, which means all of the others are at a lower probability. And so you mentioned far earlier that StarMix is a continuous approach to calculating the likelihood ratio. And so the program is taking into account even the areas which are lower probability than the ones which are a direct comparison. And so there aren't actually very many where the most probable is actually similar to the reference profile, which is why the likelihood ratio is such a small number.
So what we can see, one of the things we can take away, I'm just going to zoom in on this if you don't mind. For contributor 1, we have many more areas where there is data than for contributor 2.
That's correct. So you have the same data, but the program is using its calculation and comparing that. And so there are many more loci with the highest probability in that calculation when compared to the reference profile.
And then for contributor 2, the 5% contributor on the right side here, the areas in yellow, it would be fair to say that those are areas where we don't have information, or where StarMix Or is it better to say these are areas where star mix cannot express a requisite level of certainty to about what the information would tell us?
The requisite probability is not the highest, because this is a table. If you go up, you see the table, it's demanding a 99% and those in yellow do not meet that criteria.
Does star mix tell in its output? Can star mix tell you anything about other than what we see in these in the conclusions table? Is there a way when you interpret the data to tell how good star mix thinks its models are?
There's a couple of different ways to look at that. The one that's posted early is a convergence value, where it tells you how easily the program was able to make its models. So there's a couple other ways of looking at it, but that's the one that's right on the first page of the deconvolution report. So we're looking at the first page. In the post burn-in summary table, the third row is the Gelman-Rubin convergence diagnostic. This tells us it's a diagnostic that's built into the program. It tells us how easy it was for the program to do its calculations, to develop its model of the profile. And you want that number to be as close as possible to 1. As that number gets away from 1.01, 1.02, 1.04, it's harder and harder for the program to make a model, and that's a warning sign about the program.
By the way,
Before the next question, can you just span back out for a minute?
Yes, sorry.
So that we know what we're talking about for the record. So it's D142. Sorry, go ahead.
So when we're looking at D142, we're looking at the Gelman-Rubin convergence. We see it's at 1.04. By the way, when you say,
Doctor, that you want it to be as close to 1 as possible, we're dealing with so many different kinds of numbers here today. How far away would a number need to stray from 1 in order to be, let's say, a bad Gelman-Rubin convergence?
I hesitate to call it bad. So each laboratory develops its Gelman convergence ratio warning sign, if you want, and it varies from lab to lab, of course, according to their validation. But when you start seeing 1.1 or higher, many laboratories mark that as go look at it, do something else, make the program work harder, do something to try and get that number better, lower, closer to 1.
Is this Gelman-Rubin convergence going to change based on the sample that is being looked at by StarMix?
It's going to change from the original input data. It's not going to change in the comparison you make with a reference profile. So it's telling you how good the program was able to make its model from the original data. It doesn't yet know what you're going to compare it to, but it's trying to get there later.
Okay. Staying in 142. And this is, I'm sorry, so moving to D143. Can you see which sample this item relates to?
So this sample, you can, the header tells us the sample, which is EO4.
And in EO4,
Were there conclusions generated by voting in terms of their conclusions table?
There are. The table lists EO4 as one of the samples that they provide conclusions from.
In this sample, did they conclude very strong support for including Paul Caneiro?
That's the verbal scale that's used for that sample in comparison with Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Right. When we look, and in terms of the number in the conclusion table for EO4A1, was Paul Caneiro, the number listed below his name, was at 200 million?
That's the likelihood ratio that the program calculated, and that Bodie recorded in the table.
What we see here also is there a summary of contributors?
There is.
And was the major in this sample, who was the major in this sample?
According to the chart, we're going to look at that. That's Sophia Caneiro.
And who was, based on the reference samples that they had, who was the assumed minor contributor?
Would be Paul Caneiro.
Just to zoom in here, can you see the percentages of broken down between the major and minor contributor?
We do.
And what would be the percentage contributed by the minor contributor?
According to the program, 3% of the total signal comes from the minor contributor.
Going to the convergence diagnostic here, do we see that it is north of 1.1 for the sample?
It's larger than 1.1.
Okay. 1.1 was the threshold that you had mentioned previously as a guidepost.
It's a threshold I've seen in other laboratories, and there's nothing standard, but yes, it's much, in this version, it's bigger than the 1.04, the 1.02 we've seen for the other calculations.
Okay. And again, what does that express about StarMix's confidence in the results that it's generating here?
I don't think confidence is the word I would use. It expresses at some level how the program was able to successfully perform its calculations. So this is a warning sign that it had trouble, and it didn't necessarily, its model needs to be looked at again, human-wise, than just accepting it as from the program itself.
I'm just going to. We'll minimize this. And I just want to bring up your original PowerPoint this time. So again, now we're going back to your PowerPoint. Again, we see your allele table here. The software doesn't know whether you're putting related people or unrelated people into it, does it?
It does not.
The software generates a statistic, but the statistic, am I correct, assumes unknown, unrelated individuals.
The likelihood ratio calculation is making an assumption that the mixed DNA profile is derived from unrelated individuals, and it's making one of the propositions assuming that all of the unknown contributors are unrelated. So the direct relationship of either the contributors to the mixture or the direct relation of the comparator doesn't figure into how the program is doing its calculation. And one thing, this is not my table, this is the Bodie table. Excuse me.
Sorry. This Bodie table within your presentation here, this, I'll clarify, this wasn't created by you, this was created at some other time, right?
Correct.
Okay. But the understanding is that in some fashion, all of the people present in this table are related to one another.
Certainly Paul and Keith are related. Jesse and Sophia are related to Keith and Jennifer. But my understanding is that Jennifer is not related, except by marriage, to the other four. But that's all I know from the minimal documentation I have.
This has StarMix been validated to analyze situations like this where all reference samples, not to everybody, but all reference samples are related to at least one other person who's also a reference sample?
That aspect of the validation has not been done.
Okay. Is it possible for that kind of validation to be done on software like this?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, if I wanted to validate this software to be used in a situation like this, where all reference samples are related to at least one other reference sample, how would I go about doing that?
You want sort of an overview of how you would do that? Okay, so I would have to go out and find a series of families who I would then demonstrate by paternity testing that they are all direct relatives, and that I could get approval to use their samples anonymously. And I would have to then develop a set of mixed DNA profiles from those individuals. So I find a series of large families. I test them to make sure that they are in fact related as I think they are. I would take their samples, anonymize them, make them all numbers, and then make a whole bunch of different mixtures from their DNA. Mixtures of 2, 3, and 4 individuals at all kinds of different ratios. I would then provide those electropherograms to StarMix, and then I would test those mixtures against the members of that family, both the people I made the mixed profiles from and members of the family who I didn't use in the mixture, and ask, how good does StarMix give me those likelihood patients? And you would have to do that for some number of families, not 50, 3, 4, something like that. That's a lot of work to do, a lot of mixtures. But then you would have a start about how the program handles mixtures made from direct family members and how good it is at distinguishing the known non-contributors from contributors.
To your knowledge, has that been done, or has it been attempted?
I'm not aware of any. I don't have every laboratory's validation, but I have a number of them, and I haven't seen that done.
Now, we're aware that through your review of this case, are you aware that Keith and Paul did have another sibling?
Yes, that was in one of the police reports I was given.
And are you aware that that sibling's name is Corey?
I believe that's correct.
In your review of the Bodie case file, and this case in general, was there ever a reference in Corey that was considered by Bodie Laboratory?
Not by the Bodie Laboratory.
Did they? So, without a sample from a full sibling, would StarMix be able to do anything in terms of drawing conclusions of the likelihood that Corey could be a contributor to any of these mixtures?
No, you must have the reference profile that you're interested in used in the software. It doesn't invent a DNA profile and then compare it. You have to give it what you want it to work with.
We saw areas where people were concluded to be potential contributors in the Bodhi conclusion table. Without knowing Corey's profile, is it possible to tell whether or not Corey might be a higher likelihood of inclusion at any of those on any of those tested samples?
No, and to determine what you're asking, you have to have that profile of interest, and it's not in the documentation for Bodhi.
Okay. How is it that related people can contribute to false inclusion within a sample?
Well, I've tried to show how these profiles are very similar to each other. And so the program, as you also have seen, doesn't use all of the data equally. So the highest probability for some of the loci, there is a comparison, and then for others, it's not. So as you have similar and similar profiles that are being compared, the program doesn't have as much to work with because there's only a few indicator alleles that are possible. And so it's going to get, I'm going to say, confused, not really the correct term. It's going to not be able to provide the most reliable results when there is this much allele sharing and when the comparator is also similar to all of the other references.
So with respect to the fact that we're in a situation, we have siblings who are reference samples in this testing. We have another sibling who is not a reference sample, whose information is missing. How can that specifically impact the determinations that StarMix made regarding the minor contributors?
It's not going to change the numbers it's already calculated, but if you had another reference profile, you could then compare the likelihood ratio calculations of this unknown sibling to the ones you have, and then you'd be able to rank them. Who has the highest likelihood ratio? Without that reference profile, you can't, because there's no calculation possible. But if you had that and the likelihood ratios were higher at some locations, that impacts your conclusions about the data you have.
Just in very general terms, is it better for a laboratory to have more rather than fewer elimination and reference samples?
In my opinion, absolutely.
Because does having more elimination and reference samples give a laboratory more data to work with?
There's more data to work with, and so the final conclusions are going to be stronger.
Without that additional data, there's no statements that the laboratory can make about the potential for that person to be a contributor. Do I have that right?
You have that correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with cross-examination, I'm going to give you a few minutes just to kind of do a jumping jack or whatever you want in the jury room, and bring you back out in a couple minutes.
Okay, taking another quick break. Here we go. Okay, I don't know why the sound is off. What it is. Okay. I hear the judge, but I do not hear the sound on the camera from the courtroom.
Obviously, you're very conversant in StarMix, correct?
I've seen a lot of reports use it. I've looked at a lot of validations. We don't use it in our laboratory.
Understood, but you understand and you're able to explain it, correct?
I can try.
Okay, and you even talked about concepts that are kind of in the weeds, like the Gelman-Rubin, right?
Sorry, but yes, I did.
That's okay. That's okay. Now, your lab, I think you're not still doing like the wet lab work, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Others at your lab do that.
That's also correct.
Okay, so you guys actually, you said something about a contract with the Illinois State Police. Is that accurate?
We don't have any active contracts with them. We have done work with them, against them. Law enforcement, they're not one of our major customers, if that's what you mean.
Okay. But you guys do, your lab that is, does forensic DNA testing regularly, correct?
We're a small lab, but yes.
And the statistic that you guys, that is your lab, generally uses with respect to DNA testing and conclusions would be that RMP, correct?
Correct.
That random match probability?
Fair enough.
And fair to say, though, your lab also uses likelihood ratios, correct?
We do. If we do paternity testing, we are using a likelihood ratio. Absolutely.
And likelihood ratios, it's a concept in DNA or a statistical mechanism within DNA that's used all over the world, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so is RMP, correct?
Also correct.
You testified that with the likelihood ratio, StarMix is not actually giving us like a yes or a no, right?
That's also correct.
Okay, but with an RMP, the random match probability, you're not giving your clients like a yes or a no, correct?
That's also correct.
You're giving them like a 1 in, let's just say, 1 in a million.
Any number you want, it's a frequency.
Okay, it's a frequency, correct?
It is.
And when we talk about that, and I'm using a hypothetical, that 1 in a million frequency, we're talking about a hypothetical population, correct? When you report that RMP?
Okay, you're using a known population to calculate it, but you're comparing it to doing testing that you really haven't done, if you want to put it that way.
Right, so what a DNA analyst from your lab or from another lab using the same statistic, they're going to come in and say, they're going to say that in a hypothetical population of 1 million people, you would expect to find this profile one time, correct?
That formulation is near enough.
Okay, so neither RMP or the LR, the likelihood ratio, is really giving you like a yes or a no, right?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, we talked about, you were showing some photos from the crime scene at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township, correct?
The address wasn't on the pictures, but if you say that's where they're from, that's where they're from.
Okay, I'm just going to show just to make sure. We got D191, right?
Correct.
D184, correct?
Okay.
They're on the back.
Yeah.
And we got D190.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you testified you had at some point received these photographs, correct?
Either these or the very similar ones.
Similar ones from that
They weren't
area.
numbered when I got them, but same ones.
I gotcha. So they were from that same area at this location, right?
Correct.
And you were asked about the fact that this could have been, some of the evidence in here could have been wet, correct?
Yes.
And it also could have been all together, right?
I think the photographs say all together.
Okay. That's fair based upon looking at these photographs. Okay. Now, obviously, in a perfect world, a DNA analyst wants a pristine sample to come into him or her, correct?
We would like the best evidence possible. There's no argument.
But sometimes stuff comes in like this, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and it's not anyone's fault, like that, the people that collected, it's not their fault that they found it this way, right?
I'm not finding fault with them.
I didn't say you did. I didn't mean to implicate, but just for purposes of whoever collected this, likely found it this way, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever see a photo of that area prior to it being damaged by fire?
No.
Now, based upon the water, did you ask any questions about how the water could have got there?
What I remember from one of the reports is that there was a fire and that there was fire suppression, which I figured is water, but no one told me there was a hose, but I assume there was.
Gotcha. And you can see in some of those photos that there appears to be some fire damage or remnants of fire damage, correct?
Charred edges maybe, but yes, I assume that was from a fire of some kind.
So for all you know, and you probably don't know whether or not someone was actually trying to get rid of or destroy that evidence.
Can't answer that.
Now, you talked a little bit about that verbal scale, correct?
Little?
Okay, and that was that whole from the Bodie conclusion report, they say things like very strong support for inclusion, right?
That's the verbal scale they're using, yep.
Now, I understand that's not something that you think is helpful to the numbers, correct?
That's correct.
But that comes from somewhere, right? That verbal scale?
It does.
Comes from something called Swidnam? Maybe?
So the recommendation to use the verbal scale comes from Presiding, that's correct. But each laboratory makes up their own version of their own verbal scale and uses it.
Some say anything under, anything over 1 is, informative or something like that, right?
It's very arbitrary and each lab does its own.
When we talk about numbers in DNA, either whether we're talking about an RMP or an LR, there's going to be varying degrees of numbers or significance, right?
You mean the numbers vary? They do.
Okay, so, sometimes you see, like here, you saw a likelihood ratio in one of the samples of 21,000, right? Or something like that.
Sure.
Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that that number is wrong, correct?
It's just a number.
Okay, it's just a number. It's just really about how probative is it? How big, what does that number mean, right?
What does that number mean in the context? I think that's fair.
Okay, so it's not like wrong, it's just a smaller number might not be as important to, say, a jury as a big number.
I think that's fair too.
And because with your lab, for instance, I'm sure there's been times when you've done DNA analysis and you've kind of come to the conclusion that, that hypothetical population, like you might report 1 in 551 unrelated individuals, right? You could report something like that, right?
The numbers can be calculated to that. That's correct.
Again, 551, if you were asked by the DA or the defense attorney, whoever you're doing the work for, you might just say, it's 551. It's not 8 octillion, right?
Providing a context to the number, I think, is important, but the number at some point is just the number.
Okay. Now, you test, what? Can I have, Mr. Murray, can I have the PowerPoint for a moment, if you don't mind? Can I page 1? Yes. Thanks. Now, Doctor, we're looking at page 1 of the PowerPoint you created, correct?
I'm with you.
And that's actually, but that's Bodie's chart, right?
It is.
Okay. And here we have all the profiles, right?
We have the reference standards in the case for voting.
Okay. Now, on page 2, if I could, sorry. Here we talk about, and you explained, shared alleles, correct?
I tried.
Makes sense, makes sense. I was able to figure it out, I think. Now, when we talk about shared alleles, I think they did a calculation, and I think you've done it too, as to how many alleles Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro shared, right?
I think we calculated the percentage sharing.
So I think you said 74, I thought it was 72. It's somewhere in that range, right?
Absolutely.
So that means that they don't share, let's just say 30 or 28%.
30%.
And the idea, part of what makes DNA so powerful is its ability to differentiate amongst people or two people, correct?
I think the ability to come up with genetic identity is the whole foundation of DNA profiling and its use.
So, like, people share, like everyone, unrelated people share DNA profiles and alleles, correct?
They do.
Okay, because even like we said before, you said it before, Jennifer Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, they're not related, right?
That was my understanding.
Okay. And you're only as good as the information you get, right?
Even if that, but certainly I need the information.
Okay. So assuming for a second Jennifer Caneiro and Paul Caneiro are related only by way of marriage and they're not actually like biologically related, they still, as I calculated, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, they still shared about 32, 34% of alleles. Does that sound about right?
That's expected.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
That's about a good number for, me and Miss Wallace who aren't related.
Absolutely.
And when we look at Sophia and Paul are 56% different, approximately. That sound right?
Okay.
Is that?
I didn't do the calculation, but it's not an unreasonable figure.
And I think Jesse and Paul Caneiro are about 50% the same or 50% different. Does that sound about right?
It does.
Okay, but when we looked at those Bodie samples, some of the conclusions that were drawn, a lot of those samples were able to differentiate, let's say, Jesse, from Paul, or to exclude Jesse, to exclude Jennifer. Isn't that right?
Well, we know that the analyst did that visually. Whether that's 100% correct is different, but that was reported.
And the DNA analyst could visually exclude potentially, correct? Not saying they're right, just saying they did visually exclude, right?
Reported.
Okay, and then when you looked at those deconvolution reports, or some of those charts we were looking at, and you looked at all the individual locus or the loci, you could see like that Q18, 1218, right? So you could actually look at it that way as well, correct?
We did, and I did.
Okay, so you could exclude or include using those loci, correct? Those values at that loci.
The visual exclusion wouldn't use the inferred genotype table. It would use the actual results of the reference profile with the evidentiary sample.
Okay, and what we really want to look at it for visually excluding, we want to look at that electropharogram, right?
Correct.
That's the gold standard of what you need to do DNA analysis.
I would call it the foundational data. I don't necessarily think it's the gold standard. Those are the actual data.
So that is what a DNA scientist ultimately looks at once those 4 steps are done at the table, right?
Correct.
That's the data, and then ultimately that electropharogram, the machine creates kind of a chart of data from that 4-step process, right?
It's the picture that from which we deduce the profile.
And ultimately, Dr. Reich, I think you'd agree with me that SORMIX doesn't take the human work out of DNA analysis, correct?
By no means.
Okay, so still, you need qualified scientists that are trained, they know how to extract DNA, they know how to get it to ultimately end up in an electropharogram, correct?
At the moment, we need people.
Gotcha. And ultimately, those scientists still need to look at that electropharogram, and they need to determine things like an estimate, at least, of number of contributors, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, the data for number of contributors in that chart from Bodie, sometimes it says 1, sometimes it says 2, sometimes it says 3, right?
Does?
And based upon your review, I don't think you commented that you saw any massive issues with delineation of number of contributors for any one sample, right?
It's an estimate that the analyst makes. You can make generally other estimates, but there was nothing unusual about Bodie's conclusions at that level.
Okay. Because obviously, I think you said it earlier, but number of contributors is never something that we can say, or scientists can say with absolute certainty, right?
Correct. We have no absolute way of determining the number of contributors. We can only estimate it. The minimum is what we can estimate.
Right, because if we look at an electropharogram, we look at all the different locus, and at every locus, let's say there's 3 peaks, we're probably going to say there's 2 contributors, right?
Correct.
But if there were 2 peaks at every loci, ultimately we're going to say there's 1 contributor, right?
We're going to call that a single source.
Okay. Now, as far as single sources go, one of the samples that you looked at was from the New Jersey State Police Lab. It was number 6-1-4-1.
Yes, I'm with you.
And that was a sample from that same pair of genes, correct?
I believe so.
And I believe ultimately, New Jersey State Police said that Jesse Caneiro was the source of the DNA profile from those genes. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it that that was what there was.
Based upon the reports that you wrote in this case, you did not take any issue with that conclusion. Is that accurate?
Now I'm with you, yes.
Okay. Because you were showing some samples this morning during your direct, right?
Correct.
A bunch of different, not a bunch, but a few different evidentiary samples that went to Bodie, right?
Correct. We talked about the jeans, the gloves, and so forth.
Okay. And then Bodie also, as you know, based upon the work or the reports and the like that you got from Bodie, they also actually did some DNA analysis that didn't involve star mix. Isn't that accurate?
That's correct.
One of the things they analyzed was a hair that was on a scarf that was found in the same area as those photos you looked at. Is that accurate?
I think so. I don't remember that specifically yet, but I'm listening.
Okay. You don't remember the scarf?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't have any, but if I wrote it, I did then.
We're at 502. Let me approach.
You can.
Thank you.
Sure. Don't mind my tail.
Not at all.
I showed you what's been marked as S502 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And ultimately, you know what? I gave you the wrong document. Sorry. It's 503. Let me show you what's been marked as S497. Just going to show you what's been marked as S497. Do you recognize what that is?
I do. This is a Bodie Technology amended supplemental forensic case report dated May 6, 2021.
Okay. Now, one of the samples listed on page 1 is, we'll just call it E13. Is that okay?
Yep, definitely.
And that's described as what?
Described as a hair/fiber A removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf, and then there's a item number 18-0861-14.
Okay. Now, if I move you to page 3 under it's page 3 of 5 and number 4, it talks about a partial DNA profile obtained from that sample, E13, correct?
It does.
Being consistent with a female contributor.
It also says that.
And it says the partial DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from who?
Sophia Caneiro.
Okay, and then they give an RMP, right?
They do.
And what's that say?
says 4.1 octillion, pardon me, in the US population.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there's also E-12D, and that's quarter of scrapings from entire surface area of the scarf, correct?
Avoiding, that says
Avoiding stains and debris.
So it's a different part.
Okay. And are you familiar with the process of scraping items for DNA as opposed to cutting?
Yes, you can, it's not that different, but that's correct.
And E-12D, okay, there's a conclusion under number 3 on page 3 of that same report, correct?
There is. So we're talking about the section of the report that's listed as STR processing results, conclusions, and statistics.
Okay, so we're talking about binary or traditional DNA analysis, correct?
In this section, that's what they did.
In this section. And they're ultimately, they were able to give an RMP for the major component DNA profile, correct?
The deduced major component, and they use the word matches, the profile obtained from Sophia Caneiro, and they provide the calculated statistic without star mix as 14 octillion.
Okay, 1 in 14 octillion?
Correct.
Okay, and again, this is a scarf that was found in that same area as the genes and those other items, correct?
I don't think I can separate it out, but if you tell me that's where it's from, I believe you.
Now, to just go to, can we go to slide, I'm sorry. Slide 8, or slide 10, I'm sorry. This one. Doctor, you testified about this slide earlier today, correct?
That's correct.
We got that picture of the genes in that area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's actually 2 pictures of the genes, right?
Well, there's 2 pictures. One, I think, is more like the original, and the other is at the lab.
Okay, gotcha. Now, on this chart, we're talking about E01A1, correct?
That's the name. Yep, that's the sample.
Okay. And ultimately, that is a sample from the genes, correct?
Correct. That's how it's named.
Gotcha. And ultimately, it's a sample from behind the inside of the genes, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and it's actually like just above the knee area, correct?
The description is at Bodie is fairly limited, but there's more description other places.
Okay, like in the reports, they would.
Correct.
Okay, so we're talking about inside the genes, above the knee. Okay?
Fine.
And ultimately that, they drew 2 conclusions, 2 likelihood ratios on E01A1, correct?
I would say they drew a number of conclusions, but the only not excluded conclusions were the 2 on the chart.
Okay. And the 2 on the
Not excluding someone is a conclusion.
I apologize, you're right. They give 2 likelihood ratios with respect to this sample, correct?
They did.
The first is Sophia Caneiro, correct?
Correct.
And that likelihood ratio, that ratio is 470. Yeah, it's hard to read in the book. 476 billion, correct?
We are looking at 1 E01.
E01.
That's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, the other likelihood ratio they give is for Paul Caneiro, right?
That's correct.
And that likelihood ratio is 3.7 quintillion, correct?
Also correct.
Now, I believe you would tell me that those 2 conclusions, those 2 likelihoods ratios that were given by Bodie based upon their analysis, those would be reliable results, correct?
Yes.
When we look at E01A1, what's in front of you, one of the things you have up there is that purple circle, correct?
That's correct.
And that is designed to indicate that those are unknown contributor alleles, correct?
That's a conclusion. All that they are just noticing the alleles that are not in the set of reference standards, and they're from an evidentiary sample, so the assumption is they have to come from at least one unknown contributor.
Right, because everywhere you have a purple circle, there's a 30 at D21, right?
Correct.
And there's a 14 at D2S, correct?
Also,
There's a 14 and a 14.2 at D19,
yeah,
and then we have a 12 at D1S, correct?
those are the circled alleles.
And ultimately, all those numbers, that 12, that 14, that 14.2, at those individual loci, locus, none of the family members have those alleles at those locuses, correct?
None of the provided reference standards.
Okay. So not Sophia, correct?
Correct.
Like she's not a 30 at D21, right?
We can go back to the original chart, but yes.
Do you need to go back to the original chart?
But that's how it's done. We can. I mean, it's sometimes nice to make sure. So at D21, we can go straight across, which is how we would do that. And we're looking for 30, correct?
Correct.
So Jennifer, no. Jesse, no. Sophia, no. Keith, no. And Paul, no. So it's an unknown allele for the 5 of them.
Okay, let's go to D2S and let's look for 14.
We have nothing under Jennifer, nothing under Jesse, nothing under Sophia, nothing under Keith, and nothing under Paul.
Okay, let's go to D19 and look for a 14 and a 14.2.
So I'll just do this quickly. So we're looking at, D19, is that correct?
Correct.
There is no 14 and there's no 14.2 at that locus from the reference profiles provided.
Okay, then lastly, can we go to D1S and look for a 12?
D1S, there is no 12 across at D1S 1656.
Okay, so based upon what you've said previously, none of the family members are the unknowns here, correct?
That's correct.
And if 4 family members and then Jennifer aren't the unknowns, then the chances are that unknown third brother isn't one of these unknowns, correct?
You're asking whether you can do a family reconstruction from the 2 brothers, and the answer is you don't have enough data to say that yet.
I mean, if no one has any of those 5 or 6 alleles, whatever it is, the chances of him having it, the probability is not very high, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to contradict you there. So the assortment is completely random. You can't predict the next result. And there are a number of purple circles. Maybe not all of the purple circles come from the unknown sibling. Maybe only 2 of them do. So they don't all have to come from just one contributor. And you can't predict what that's going to be just from the 2 brothers you have.
So you said maybe 2 of them, correct?
Well,
but it could be 0, right?
Could be 0, could be 2 of them, could be 3 of them. Any one of them would still be of interest.
Okay, could I have the next slide, please, which is 11? Now, we're looking at EO2B1, correct?
We are.
And ultimately, there's 1 circle on that chart at D2S, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a 24, correct?
Correct.
And again, none of the reference samples, none of the related people are a 24 at that locus.
I'm going to check, and the answer is that is correct.
And then, can we have the next slide? I'm sorry. We're looking at E03B1, correct?
That's the sample.
Okay, and ultimately, there's no unknown contributors in this sample, right?
There are no unaccounted for alleles.
Unaccounted for. Now, think. Can we go to the result table? Yeah, that would be perfect. So, this is slide number 2. We're looking at slide 13, right, Doc?
I don't have the number, but I have the same slide in hard copy.
Which is D.
This is D150.
Right.
Now, I think the samples that you talked about in the PowerPoint were, I think at first it was EO1A1, correct?
That was one of them, certainly.
Okay. And ultimately, you've testified since that those two numbers, those two likelihood ratios as relate to Sophia and Paul Caneiro, those are they're reliable statistics, correct?
The calculation is a number that, first of all, it's just a number, but it's a strong number in terms of the two propositions that are being examined.
Okay, you said today, and I think previously, that those results are reliable, correct?
Correct.
We also looked at E02B1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a sample where the LR for Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, is 43,000, correct?
That's the calculated number that Bodie put in the table.
Okay. And ultimately, I think it's kind of in your position that that's not super helpful, 43,000. Is that accurate?
We're going to compare that to the two numbers in EO1. 43,000 is different.
Okay. And different. Could be the result of the fact that there's not a lot of data for contributor two. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. I mean, a lot of times when you see a small number, it's because there's just not a ton of DNA in that spot, right?
That's one possible reason why the LR is lower.
Okay. So like on this chart here, and we're looking at Mr. Caneiro, you talked about 43,000, correct? You've already said that, right?
Yeah.
And then we have, going down a little more, we have 21,000. You probably feel about the same as that one, right?
Statistically, it's the same number.
Okay. When we look at 49 billion on EO6B1, like it's a pretty discriminating number, right?
You need to compare that to the sextillions, the octillions. So 49 billion is 9 zeros. Full profile is 30 zeros. Difference between something that's a nonillion, 30 zeros versus 9 zeros is 21 zeros. So the difference between the two is 1,000 billion fold.
Okay, but when we look
That's a number.
okay, when we look at 49 billion, it's still a big number, correct?
It's a big number, but it's the context, as we've discussed, that
Okay.
is important.
Okay, but I mean, 49 billion is about, let's just say approximately 7 times the Earth's population right now, correct?
That's not a relevant comparison, but it is a bigger number than the population.
Okay. Now, I assume if the 400,000 number for Mr. Caneiro, that LR, I mean, that's a discriminating
You're talking about EO3B now.
EO3B, correct?
Correct.
I mean, obviously, it's not octillions or septillions, correct?
It is not either of those.
It's not quintillions, though, correct?
Also, it's not a quintillion.
But it's a discriminating statistic, correct?
It's a bigger number than the 21,000, and it's not as big as a 3.7 quintillion.
Okay, now your lab, if this was an RMP, let's say, your lab would report 1 in 400,000, correct?
As an RMP, yes, certainly.
Okay. And if it was 100, you'd report 1 in 200 million, correct?
You're comparing apples and orangutans here, RMPs and likelihood ratios.
Both accepted statistical functions, correct?
Absolutely, but you can't compare the calculation with one with the explanation of the other. That's a mistake.
I'm not trying to compare the two of them. We're just talking about numbers as they relate to one another, correct? Like
The likelihood-
21,000 is not a big number. 870 sextillion is a big number, correct?
Yes, but the interpretation of the likelihood ratio is different from the RMP.
Okay. Now, when we talk about back to LRs, when we look at E03A1.
E03, yes, I'm with you.
That's a glove found in the basement in Ocean Township, correct?
It's one of the items that was sent to Bodie.
Okay, Sophia Canero's likelihood ratio is 100 quadrillion, right?
Listed on the table, correct.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I made that purple, didn't mean.
You want to undo it, you go to the bottom right. And now,
Thank
on the LR for Paul Caneiro is 45 quadrillion, correct?
E03, yes, it is.
That's a discriminating statistic, correct?
That's a much bigger number.
Okay, so you're confident in 45 quadrillion being an accurate and reliable result?
It's a number from which the conclusion is more clear, certain.
It's a reliable result.
The calculation is from Star Mix. It's the number which we can draw conclusions from.
Do you recall indicating previously that it's a reliable result?
Sure, it's a reliable result.
Now, when we look at that second row, E01C1, that is a sample which appears to have one contributor, correct?
It's listed as a single source.
Okay, and ultimately, the conclusion that was drawn, the likelihood ratio was 2.1 septillion for Sophia Caneiro, right?
That's what's listed on the table, yes.
And based upon your review of these results, that's like a single source profile, right?
They claim a single source, and it looks like a single source. They could have done our random man on that without wasting the computer time, certainly.
Okay. So it's a reliable result.
It's a result. Single source, one person.
Reliable.
It's calculated, it's reliable.
You don't dispute it, is my point. You don't dispute that item, E01C1, found in the basement, 27 Tilden, comes back to Sophia Caneiro with a really high likelihood ratio.
I'm not disputing it.
Now, E02B1, there are, again, we talked about this, and I think it might have been on your chart. The result with respect to the major profile being Sophia Caneiro, 1 septillion, you would agree that that is a reliable result?
Correct.
Okay. And EO2B is a glove from that same basement, correct?
EO2B, yes, I have to go look at the list, but I think that's a glove. They're all gloves except for the jeans.
I'll show you what's been marked as S496. You can look at the first page if you need to recover. I don't want you to take my word for it. That, what I just handed you, it lists what each item is, correct?
It does.
There's a description, right?
There's a sample name, there's an agency sample ID, and then there's an agency description.
All right, so next would be that EO2B1 that is listed. EO2B is listed as what?
Listed as interior of glove as receipt.
And ultimately, that has 2 contributors, correct?
Bodie declared that a 2-person mixture.
Okay. And the major profile is that 1 septillion, correct?
The major profile comes back to Sophia Caneiro.
Okay. Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith were visually excluded.
As is on the chart.
Okay. And ultimately, there was an LR provided for Mr. Paul Caneiro, 43,000.
Correct.
Again, I think you might have said it with this one, but that minor contributor might not have been a lot of DNA there, correct?
There wasn't a lot of DNA, and I think we even looked at the inferred genotype tables to get a sense of how that's done.
Okay. Because we can look there, we could have seen that the major contributor was 94% and the minor was 6%, correct?
That's what I recall.
And that 6%, that's within the voting validation, right? That when they validate Star Mix, that 6% is within their validation, right?
Right, they have 5%, 6 and 5 are very close, but yes, it was within what they allowed themselves to calculate.
If you recall, the average peak height or the RFU that's listed for contributor 2 was also something that was higher than their analytical threshold, correct?
Almost, so let me fix that slightly. So in order for the data to be recorded, those peaks have to be higher than the peak detection threshold. And for voting to perform their analysis, then the percentage of that contributor needs to be higher than their minimum. And both of those requirements were met, and that's why it's on the chart.
Now, when we look at E03A1, this is the one where we have 2 LRs, correct, for Sophia and Paul?
Yes, correct.
And they're both pretty high, reliable statistics, correct?
They're big. They're large LRs by any measure.
You've said that those results are reliable results, correct?
Sure.
Because you actually, in your report, your initial report dated February 6, 2024, you identified as S502. You actually, at the end, you actually comment that certain samples would not be in dispute.
Correct.
That's one of them, right?
It is.
And we get that high number, relatively high number, 45 quadrillion from Paul Caneiro, because the contributor 2 template is high, correct? There's a good amount of DNA there, right?
There's 2 parts. There's enough DNA so that the program can reliably work, and the profiles from the calculation are similar to the reference profile provided. You need both.
Now, EO3B, I think when we look at that, the first LR for EO3B1 is for Sophia, correct?
The EO3B actually has listed a number of LRs, but Sophia has the largest number.
That's a reliable major profile, correct?
Correct. There's a lot of data there.
And then when we look at 400,000 for Mr. Caneiro, it's a lot higher than 480, 37,630, right?
That's not one number. There's 480, 37,000, and 630, and 400,000 is bigger than those numbers.
And E04, it's also, it indicates 2 contributors, right?
There are. That's what Bodhi chose.
Okay, and then the LR for Sophia Caneiro is 980 sextillion, right?
That's what's listed.
Again, this is a glove from that basement, correct?
It is a glove, and it doesn't say where it's from, but it's a glove.
Okay. And the LR for Mr. Paul Caneiro is 200 million, correct?
Correct.
They indicate very strong support for inclusion, but you wouldn't say that, correct?
I would not use the verbal scale on anything. That's correct.
But that result's reliable, right?
It's 200 million.
Okay, then let's just say 980 sextillion as it relates to Sophia Caneiro. That is a reliable probative result, correct?
It is.
Her DNA on a glove from the basement.
Correct.
I want to talk about E05. See that on the chart?
I do.
And there's actually one conclusion that's given, correct?
There's no.
One likelihood ratio that's given. Okay.
There are conclusions. That's the only likelihood ratio reported.
Right, because they conclude that there is 3, they see 3 contributors, correct?
They assume 3.
They assume 3, and they indicate that only 1 is suitable for conclusions to be drawn. Is that accurate?
To be reported.
To be reported, okay. And ultimately, that LR is 720 sextillion for Sophia, correct?
Correct.
Again, that's a glove from the basement, right?
5 is certainly one of the gloves.
Okay, and that's Sophia Caneiro's DNA on that glove, correct?
That's the conclusion.
Okay, that's a reliable result, correct?
I don't think you're going to be able to dispute that result.
EO6A. Is that a glove as well, doctor?
It is listed as 2 gloves from New Jersey State Police.
Okay.
There is 6A and 6B.
And there was a result for Sophia Caneiro, correct?
At 6A, there is.
And the likelihood ratio is 870 sextillion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She's 95, if you recall, she's 95% of the mixture.
It's a major profile without question.
Strong major profile, right?
Just major.
Now, I think you said it already, but that 21,000, it's not a super probative statistic, correct, for Paul Caneiro?
Not from a likelihood ratio, it is not.
But obviously that minor profile doesn't have a whole lot of data, correct?
There are several reasons for why the likelihood ratio is low, and that is absolutely one of the reasons.
EO6B. Doctor, can you tell us what that is, EO6B1?
The 6B is the interior of glove as received from EO6.
Okay. And ultimately, there are 2 likelihood ratios that are reported from that mixture, correct?
Correct.
Contributor 1 would be Sophia Caneiro.
That's the larger of the 2 LRs reported.
That's 19 quadrillion.
Correct.
And then ultimately, there's a likelihood ratio for Paul Caneiro, correct?
There is.
And that's 49 billion.
Also in the table, correct.
And based upon your review of Bodie's work, the reports, the conclusions, you had indicated previously and in your report that that is a reliable result.
It's a reliable calculation from the data that was provided.
You have no reason to dispute that result.
I do not at the moment. And not then either.
And EO7A1, you talked about that one, I think, earlier, correct?
That's also listed as 2 gloves from New Jersey State Police.
Okay, and ultimately, there's a note on that row, correct? It says C note. And that note indicates what, based upon those results?
They being Bodie, pardon me, is that the only way they can make their data is from the 2 reference profiles, and yet they report likelihood ratios from the other 3.
Okay. And ultimately, that's one of the rows where they couldn't exclude other family members, correct?
There's no visual exclusions listed for EO7.
Okay. And some of those other rows above that and even below that, they visually excluded Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith, correct?
They did. We just looked at EO3. It's another one where they didn't, but the EO7 is another example.
Okay. And that visual exclusion is from the major profile, correct? I think they say that in their reports?
They do. It's not exactly described how they do that, but that's what they claim.
Then towards the bottom of that chart, EO9, E10, E11, who's swabs, doctor?
So EO9 is a swab of reddish stain, and it's described from the south side of the kitchen island. And you mentioned E10. E10 is described as DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet, and 11 is something different.
What is 11?
11 is also a swab of a reddish stain, but from the pull-out drawer just below the sink as described.
So those last three swabs, they denote being from a kitchen, correct?
They do.
Okay. And one of them, the LR, is for Jesse Caneiro, correct? For EO9A1,
Yes, it is. That's 9A.
34 quintillion.
That's the value that's listed.
That's a reliable result, correct?
It's a single source profile.
No reason to dispute it, right?
Doesn't need a likelihood ratio, and it's listed anyway.
Okay. You could actually do a really high RMP for that, right?
In fact, the RMP and the likelihood ratio from a single source have to converge.
Okay. And ultimately that E10A1, that is a mixture, correct?
It's listed as 2 contributors.
Okay. And ultimately that's from a kitchen area, correct?
It is, I think I just read it, 10, it's right here, pardon me, and reddish stain, lower kitchen cabinet.
That mixture, ultimately they concluded had both Jesse Caneiro and Sophia Caneiro's DNA in that mixture, correct?
Yes, they concluded that.
And there's very high LRs, correct?
There's a strong LR there. Again, it's a 2-person mixture. They could have done RMPs.
The last one, E11B1, that is Sophia Caneiro's DNA from that swab, correct?
The major contributor would be from her.
And that's a reliable result, correct?
It is.
Mr. Decker, I'm going to stop you here. You can continue your cross-examination after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you down to lunch. Please don't discuss the case or do any research. We'll be back up here around 1:35, 1:40, depending on when more. right, we'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:40.
Okay. Well, court will be back after the lunch break.
Everybody good?
Okay, court should be back in from the lunch any moment now. And let's get that ready. Oh, those sound like rustling about. There we go. Court looks to be back. Although they have cut the mic again.
All rise, Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Marc presiding.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
Good afternoon.
Have a good lunch.
Pretty solid.
Moore had you back up quick, didn't you? Didn't get around. You should see what she does to me. Yikes. All right. All kidding aside, we're back on the record. The state of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker, the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastellone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, also from Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, we're all back. Our witnesses back. Thank you, sir. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you. Dr. Reich, a few more questions. Now, with respect to that brother that you added to the PowerPoint presentation, the second brother, you didn't reference him or that brother in either of the two reports that you wrote previously, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't put him on there because of a specific reason, correct? Other than just to demonstrate shared alleles?
Correct. The shared alleles are an issue in the reference samples, and it was brought up, and so I added it.
Okay. Now, also in that, in your initial report, you talked about, I think, the belief you had that the victims and the defendant all shared a domicile. Is that accurate?
Not completely. I didn't have all of the reports at that point, but there were, I guess, 2 domiciles involved. And my assumption is that there was 1, but there were 2, I believe.
Okay. So you just didn't have all the information at that point, though?
I did not.
And you talked about earlier how you never actually physically saw the jeans or the scarf or the gloves, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you never handled them or touched them or anything like that?
Not.
And however, you saw in some of those photographs that there's visible blood staining on the jeans, correct?
We would call those red-brown stains because that's what they look like, and without doing a test for the body fluid, we don't know what they are because we don't. So they're called RBS in laboratory slang, and until they're screened one way or another for body fluids, that's how they have to remain.
And ultimately, they were tested by New Jersey State Police as well as the Bodie Lab, correct?
They were screened, that's correct.
Okay, and ultimately, there were presumptive tests for blood, correct?
They were presumptive tests, that's also correct.
And then ultimately, there were a bunch of samples that were taken from those genes, correct?
Yes,
And then there were
a bunch of samples, some samples.
some samples, I don't get specific, but there were some samples taken from those genes which displayed visible blood stain.
They were RBS, and the screening came back positive for the presumptive tests.
And ultimately, those two labs both produced reliable results that there was blood from Sophia Caneiro on those genes.
Certainly her profile was identified, and they came back from the presumptively test positive tests.
And then there was likelihood ratios given by Bodie, correct?
Absolutely.
They related to Sophia Caneiro.
They looked at the ratio of the two propositions, and more likely than not, on most of the tested samples, the proposition that would have her profile was favored.
With very high likelihood ratios, correct?
The likelihood ratios we discussed in there were a big number.
Okay. And you, just to be clear, you said those results were reliable, correct?
Correct.
And also Jesse Caneiro, there was a sample tested by the New Jersey State Police, correct?
Yes, I can't remember exactly what number it was, but there was another almost single source sample. Correct.
Ultimately, they determined on that sample 6-1-4-1
Right.
that Jesse Caneiro was the source of the DNA from those genes, correct?
He would not be excluded as the source, is the technical term.
Redirect. Some good questions, Doctor. Obviously, the prosecutor asked you before lunch about the population of the human population of Earth being 8 billion, and asked you to make a comparison of that number to some of the numbers that we saw today. If the population of the Earth is 8 billion, but the national debt is 3 trillion, does that make the national debt a truer fact than the population of the Earth?
No, those two which you just gave me are not relevant to each other, and the population of the Earth is not relevant to either the random man not excluded statistic, and it's not relevant to the likelihood ratio. They're different measures of different things, and that's just the way it is.
Does the likelihood ratio tell us the ultimate truth about who contributed to a sample?
It does not.
Does it do a frequency analysis to see how often we would expect to find the result in the population?
That's not what the likelihood ratio is. That's what the random man approach statistic is, but that's not a likelihood ratio.
Is the likelihood ratio more about comparison than it is about frequency?
It's not about frequency at all. And there is a comparison performed, and it is a comparison between two hypotheses or two propositions. So that part is correct, but you're not comparing profiles in the likelihood ratio. You're comparing the probabilities of two propositions or hypotheses together.
Okay. Is that how you would explain the difference between, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that how you would explain the difference between likelihood ratio and random match, or how would you go about explaining that difference?
Okay, so the random man is a frequency. How often do you expect to see a certain event? Okay? And the likelihood ratio is when you're comparing two options. Which one is more probable than the other? It doesn't tell me how often each one of those propositions are going to happen at all. You're telling, or you're choosing the two propositions, which one has a higher probability. There's no frequency in it at all. The other is, how often am I going to see it? They're not the same thing at all. It's not an easy concept, either one, but they're really different.
The prosecutor asked you a number of times whether the voting results were reliable. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is reliability the equivalent of ultimate truth in terms of the conclusions that will be reached?
I'm not sure what ultimate truth is. The reliability speaks to what conclusions you might be able to draw, but it's not the same as the conclusion itself.
In order to generate a likelihood ratio for Paul in any of these samples that we looked at today, did Bodie need, as a preliminary requisite matter, Paul's reference sample?
Absolutely. Without it, you can't do the star mix calculation because you can't generate the two propositions or the two options to understand the mixture.
Even if we concede the reliability of the major contributor, can it still be appropriate to ask questions about the reliability of what star mix determines the minor contributor to be?
So the reliability might speak to, did the program work properly? Did the program have enough data to give you a result to work properly? We're still not, that's not the conclusion that you might draw from the likelihood ratio result. The more reliable the analysis, maybe the stronger conclusion you can bring. I think that's fair. But the reliability doesn't speak to the conclusions that are going to be drawn, but it says maybe that those data can be considered appropriate.
Just to go back to something the prosecutor showed you, would it be possible to have this table, and I'm going to show slide 10 of the presentation.
D150.
I'm with you.
When the prosecutor showed you this, the prosecutor was asking you about the purple circles. Do you remember that?
I do.
And the prosecutor was saying, well, could those purple circles, they can't be from Jennifer or Jesse or Sophia or Keith or Paul.
That's correct.
And you were basically asked a question and you were brought to an answer where you were saying it's possible that those purple circles could be from Corey, right?
I don't know where they're from. I know from the provided documentation that there's another sibling of Paul and Keith Caneiro.
But the thing about the sibling is not that the sibling, if they're related, is not that they would have the purple circle showing that they're different. The problem with the sibling, am I correct, is that they might have the green circle to show that they can't be distinguished at a certain point of comparison from somebody else who had a reference sample.
They are certainly going to share some of the green circles if they're really a full SIB. There's no question about that. They might have an indicator allele, for want of a term, but they don't have to, considering the family members we have here. So the purple could come from a SIB, a full SIB, or it could come from an unknown contributor. Contributors.
But all along these points of comparison, we're talking about D3S1358 or VWA or TPOX, all these locations where this measuring occurs. At any one of these, Corey could share alleles with Paul.
Absolutely.
Corey could share both alleles with Paul at a given location.
Objection, Judge Leading.
It is leading. You can ask it differently. You can ask it differently.
Could Corey share both alleles at any of these locations with Paul?
Certainly,
Could Corey share one allele at any of these locations with Paul?
you're talking about the entire list of loci that are tested. Absolutely, he's going to share minimum half and most likely more if we consider the comparison between Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro. We've already talked about their 70 or so similar, identical profiles.
Did we see that one of the issues with submitted evidence samples today is that we do not often get a complete profile for all the potential contributors on it?
Partial profiles are very common, not unusual at all.
And when we get a partial profile, does that mean we don't have all the information?
That's the definition. You're missing allele data from one, generally more loci that are tested.
And so the less information we have, the greater impact potentially that overlap between siblings could have.
If you're referring to the less data you have, the more likely that the likelihood ratio calculated from a new contributor might change your conclusions.
If we,
Answer is yes.
okay, and if we had Corey as a reference sample, that we would expect that to change our conclusions overall that we saw today.
I don't know if we'd expect to, but it could, and particularly when the likelihood ratio is less than a full profile's worth.
Would you agree with me that at these points that the prosecutor showed to you today from the conclusion table, that if we had Corey's sample, it is possible that he could have generated a higher LR, a higher likelihood ratio at that same location than Paul?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. That's speculation.
Without knowing Corey's reference sample, is there any way to determine whether he'd be a higher or lower likelihood ratio at any of those, on any of those tested items?
There's no way to do it without the actual profile in hand.
I'm just going to move up on this presentation, back to previous slides. On this allele chart here, this is the chart that you color coded for ease of use. And then the right portion, we see an empty column. There's no color in there.
Correct?
And above that, the name Corey Caneiro.
That's correct. That's what's on this chart.
You never had obviously you never used a reference sample for Corey. Did the laboratory have that sample?
I can't speak to the laboratory. I can speak to the documentation that was provided. And there was clearly the discussion of another sibling, but I did not see a reference profile, certainly not from the Bodie lab, and I don't recall seeing one from the New Jersey Police lab.
Okay. And again, looking at slide 2, this was created based on the information that you had from the available reference samples.
Correct. It's the same chart as what's in the Bodie report, except here I've tried to color code the individual allele values, just trying to show how they're shared across a row. And again, without a comparator, I don't know how that's going to compare with the existing results. I just don't have them.
The prosecutor asked you before lunch, there was evidence at the close for charge. The prosecutor asked you, can the DNA tell us about whether a person put those items there to try to destroy them? Do you remember that?
I do.
And I think your answer was that the DNA can't tell us that.
It can't.
Can the DNA tell us whether somebody put those items there as a plant to try and frame someone else?
No information.
Objection.
I want to see counsel.
Okay, sidebar. I have a feeling it's going to be a sidebar kind of day, like all day. All day. It seems like they're not the exact kind of testing, and it seems like Mr. Reich might have taken some liberties into how he
Ladies
placed
and
some
gentlemen,
things
I'm going to
together.
strike that last question. Remember the eraser? Take it out, use it, and then you can ask the
Okay.
next question. Go ahead.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else, prosecutor?
Just real quick, Judge, Mr. Murray just asked you some questions about how we talked about the reliability of certain major profiles, correct?
You used the word reliably a great deal.
You did, correct? You
You
agreed.
did and I did.
Now, you agreed with me with those major profiles, but there was also, I would say at least, I think there's 3 profiles where you agreed with me when we were talking about the minor, correct?
I don't recall how many, but there were some. I would agree with that.
Okay, so E01A1, that was the inside of the jeans of the knee, correct?
So I'm sorry.
The first one on that
Like
chart.
EO1, yes.
Yep, EO1. And you agreed that 3.7 quintillion likelihood ratio relating to Mr. Paul Caneiro was reliable, correct?
That's correct.
And then under E03A1, the LR for Mr. Caneiro was 45 quadrillion, correct?
It's also reliable and in a way of attempting to draw conclusions from the profiling data.
Okay. And then lastly, E06B1, that's 49 billion, the LR, sorry, for Mr. Paul Caneiro, correct?
If that's the number in the chart, absolutely.
And you indicated that was reliable, correct?
It's a number that is there. The issue is not whether, I tried to be specific about the reliability comment, about whether that's the software's accurate calculation and or whether that's what conclusions can be reached from such a number. And that's a different perspective. I think the number is probably accurately as possible calculated given the samples and the family. How much weight should be given to that is a different question than the reliability of the software.
Okay. I'm not asking you about the reliability of the software. I think
Okay.
that kind of stands for itself, correct?
For the moment, it is.
For the moment. I'm asking you whether that 49 billion likelihood ratio, as it relates to Paul Caneiro, whether that is a reliable result.
I think at best it's marginal. If we looked at the number of loci which are at the highest probability, we would get a better view of what to think of that number, because the number gets big very quickly, even from a small number of loci that are tested. And that's the issue we have when the LRs are not a quadrillion or a quintillion or a nonillion.
Gotcha. That number, or that sample falls within the Bodie validation, and it's a number well above 20,000 or 40,000, correct?
It is.
Okay, so it's within the context of Bodie's validation, like it's,
That we can't argue.
okay. And then I asked you whether or not the result was reliable, and I
I'm
said it
hedging
is.
because I think that number is a hedge number.
Just want to show you. Let's mark this S503 right there.
Sure, thank you.
Now, this is a transcript from a prior proceeding, correct?
I assume that's what it was when you came up.
When we go to page 2, it says that you testified, correct?
That's my name.
Okay. Now, just going to draw your attention to page 80, and we're talking about EO6B, correct?
Correct.
And then I said the results issue with respect to contributor 2 for EO6B, that would be reliable, and you said,
It would fall within the validation of the Bodie Laboratory, which is just what we agreed to.
exactly. So then I said the LR for C2, the lower LR, would be 49 million, correct? You said 49 billion with a B. You corrected me, correct?
That's what it says here.
Okay, and then I said billion, sorry, I underspoke. And you said no, B. And then I said 49 billion, so that's a reliable result. And you said what?
I said, I'm just going to read from the transcript. It says it falls within the Bodie validation, and it's a number well above 20,000 or 40,000 we've been discussing.
And I said, is it reliable? Or actually, someone else, the court specifically said, is it reliable or not? And you said what?
I said yes.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I have nothing further.
You step down, sir.
Your Honor.
Can I just see counsel real fast?
Another sidebar. And I think that they are just going to be checking on what's for the afternoon or whatever. We'll see if they've got witnesses.
With an issue outside your presence. Open use to all these breaks.
And he's dismissing the jury to discuss something. So here we go.
Everyone can be seated. We're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Mastellone, the floor is yours.
May we approach?
Oh, you want to do a period? Okay, yeah, sure.
So he dismisses the jury because she has a concern that she wants to discuss, but she doesn't want to discuss it in open court so we can all hear it. She wants to only do it at the bench. So then why did they dismiss the jury? Okay, unless he'll tell us the results before the jury comes back. Well, that's frustrating. Judge is called to bring the jury back in, so it looks like something's going on. I don't know if we're going to have a witness or what. Miss Mastellone had called for the sidebar or to discuss something with the judge. Jury was dismissed. She brought it up to there. Then she went to the ladies' room. Then she came back. And, mics were off. I don't know what has been going on, actually. Hopefully we'll find out now. Jury's coming back in.
Sorry about the delay. There was a legal issue that I needed to address. I've addressed that issue. We're ready to proceed. The defense can call their next witness.
The defense will call Katie Caneiro.
Okay, just watch your step. If you could just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you could be seated. Once you're comfortable, you can state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Katlyn Caneiro, Caneiro.
Thank you. Ms. Mastellone, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Katie.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and explain your relationship to Mr. Paul Caneiro?
Yeah, I'm Katie Caneiro, and I'm Paul Caneiro's oldest daughter.
And are you currently employed?
Yeah, I'm an ER nurse at a local hospital.
And who else is in your immediate family?
It's me, my mom Susan, and my sister Marissa.
And is your mom Susan and your dad Paul, are they still married?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit more about who else is in your family. Outside of your immediate family, which members of your family were you closest with?
My Aunt Jen, my Uncle Keith, and their kids Jesse and Sophia.
And your Uncle Keith is your dad's brother?
Yeah, he's his younger brother,
And younger by how much?
about a year.
So in addition to Keith being your dad's brother, is there another brother or another uncle that you have?
Yeah, Corey Caneiro.
And who was Corey married to back in November of 2018?
Elisa Bertacci Caneiro.
Okay. And for approximately how long were they together for?
Objection. Relevance.
Just how long she's known her, Judge?
Yeah, and it's not really relevant, but go ahead.
My whole life.
Okay.
Now, I want to focus a little more closely on the family dynamics. You mentioned that you were closest to your Uncle Keith and his family. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I looked at my Aunt Jen and my Uncle Keith as like second parents. Growing up, we did everything together, and it wasn't really like an extended family. It was one big family, I guess you would say. So when I was younger, we would go on vacations about once a year together, whether it was Disney World or Mexico or Puerto Rico. And then as I got older, I got my license. So I was able to like go to their house more and visit my cousins, which was nice. But as I got even older, like after 21, we would go to happy hour together, out to dinner and everything. But we spent so much time together, I would see them all the time.
Did you spend holidays together?
Oh yeah, we spent every holiday, whether it was Thanksgiving, Christmas, Mother's Day, Father's Day. We did Greek Easter every year. So every holiday we spent together.
What about birthdays?
Birthdays, yeah, my whole life. Whether it was my birthday, my sister's, the kids' parties, or family event, like birthday parties, but all 8 of us would get together and celebrate.
And how often would you personally see them on average?
At least once a week.
Katie, I'm gonna approach you with what's been previously marked as D1-424 through D1-430. If I may approach.
Okay.
Katie, I'm showing you what's been marked as D1-424. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that a family photo?
Yeah, we were in Mexico.
Okay. And D1-425, do you recognize everyone in that photo?
Yes.
I'm just going to ask that you do the same for 1-426.
Mhm.
You recognize the people in that photo?
Yeah.
And 1-427
Mhm.
and 1-428.
Yep.
And 1-429.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And
sorry.
1-430.
Yes.
Okay. Now these photos I showed you, do they accurately depict photos of your family?
Yeah.
And you recognize all the individuals in these photos?
Yes.
Okay, permission to publish?
Do we have a time frame of when those pictures were taken?
Just generally speaking, what would you say the time frame of these photos were?
Most of them are after 2008 or 9, but there's one, I was probably 13.
Is that the first one?
Yeah.
So all of those pictures are around 2008 and 2000,
No, they were after that time because,
after 2008?
yeah, Jesse and Sophia were born.
Okay, so can you just give us
Okay, so I guess after, like 2014 to 17.
Thank you.
I'm going to show what's first been marked as D1-424. And was this the oldest photo in the bunch?
Yeah, this is when I was younger,
Okay.
before they had kids.
And where was this photo taken?
We were at a hibachi restaurant in Mexico. Thank
Okay.
you.
And who's going from, let's say, left to right, who's in the photo?
It's my dad, me, my Aunt Jen standing. She's touching my Uncle Keith, and then my mom, and then my sister Marissa.
And I think, did you mention that, how often would you vacation with Keith and Jennifer and eventually their children?
At least once a year. It was, yeah, at least once a year. And then as I got older, we would go more places together.
And I'm gonna next show what's been marked as D1-425. Can you tell us who's in this photo from left to right?
It's my mom, Susan, and we have Jesse, and then my dad, and he's holding Sophia. And that's for my mom's birthday, which would be in the summer.
Okay, this was your mom's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know like approximately what year that was taken? It can be approximate.
I want to say at least 2012.
And I'm gonna next show what's been marked as D1-426. And do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yeah, it's my dad and Jesse, and this is my dad's birthday at our house. Jesse loved birthday cake, so he would always be in the front.
You said this was your dad's birthday?
Yeah, my dad's birthday.
Okay, and whose house is this?
Mine.
All right. Now I'm gonna show what's been marked as D1-427. Okay, and who's in this photo?
My dad and Sophia. And this is also at my house. Looks like it's Christmas.
Christmas?
Yeah.
And D1-428. Can you tell us who's in this photo?
My dad and Sophia are in the front of the photo. And then it's the Pritchett's, Molly, and Sophie. And then they have a friend that is with, and I can't see who she's with.
And when you say the Pritchetts, are you referring to Stacy and Jim's children?
Yes.
That's where you heard from? Okay.
And this is at my pool.
Okay. And is there anything that you want to explain to the jury about, just like the circumstances under which, was this one of the barbecues or something else?
Yeah, this was just a random barbecue that we had. It wasn't like a holiday or anything. But we used to always like to swim on my dad like that. So we would hold his shoulders and he would go under, and either we'd go under with him, or I don't know, Sophia would have at that time, but she would have floated at the top with him.
And I'm gonna show it's been marked as D1-429. And who's in that photo?
My dad and Jesse.
And what are they doing?
They're on one of the, I don't know what exactly it is, but a machine that my uncle had for his lawn. So they're at my uncle's house.
Like a ride-on mower?
Yeah.
And is this at your uncle's house?
Yeah, my uncle Keith's.
Okay. And lastly, I'm gonna show it's been marked as D1-430. What can you tell us about this photo?
This is my dad and Jesse, and it looks like they're building a battleship together. And this is also at my house.
Thank you. Now, obviously, I think, were those the only photos ever taken of the family?
No.
Okay, was that just a sample
Yeah.
of a few? All right, did your family take a lot of photos?
Yeah.
And now, you mentioned that you would see your Keith and Jennifer and the other family on average maybe once a week, right?
Yeah. As a whole, I would
As a
see
whole.
them once a week, but I probably see my uncle more times a week.
Okay, what about, to your knowledge, what about your dad, Paul? How often would he see Keith when he'd see Paul? How often would they see each other?
Almost every day.
And what about their level of communication? To your knowledge, how often would they communicate?
Every day.
And how do you know this? What's your basis of knowledge?
I lived with my dad most of my life, so I was there for it.
And what are some of the things, to your knowledge, that they would do when they would see each other?
My uncle really liked to eat, so they would go out to eat a lot, whether it was lunch or dinner. But he would come over our house, or my dad would go over his house to help him with stuff, and we'd just hang out.
Was everything always pre-planned, or was sometimes
No.
it unannounced?
Yeah, my uncle would show up if he was free. He would, even with me, he would just be like, "Hey, are you around? I'm near the area. Let's go out to lunch."
And the level of contact between your dad and Pete, was it consistent as far as you knew for?
Yeah, my whole life they were like that.
And you mentioned that they're very close personally. What about, are you aware of the businesses that they own together?
Yeah, they own 2 businesses together, Square One and EcoStar.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a minute. Approximately how long were they in business together?
My whole life.
And to your knowledge, did your dad and Keith often communicate specifically about the business?
Yes.
And during the course of the communications that they had, did you ever have the opportunity to observe any disagreements between them?
I mean, they were brothers, so they would fight like brothers, but they would work it out themselves.
When they had a disagreement, did it ever affect the family in any way?
No, if they were having a disagreement earlier that morning and we all had like plans to go out to dinner or something, it wouldn't change the fact nothing would be canceled. We'd still all go and everything was fine.
Did your families go out to lunch or dinner often?
Yeah.
And just briefly, with respect to Corey, how did he fit into the family dynamic as far as you know?
I mean, he's their younger brother, but he would come around occasionally. It really just depended on what he had going on in his life at that time.
And did Corey have any ownership in the businesses?
No.
Now, focusing on 2018 specifically, just to orient ourselves, in 2018, how old were you?
I was 26.
And how old was your sister?
23.
What about your dad?
51.
And so that would make you
50.
And how old was Corey?
He was the same age as my Aunt Jen, so 45.
And focusing on 2018 also for a moment, we heard a little bit about this. Were your parents experiencing any marital issues?
Yeah.
Despite that, did you still do things as a family?
Yeah, my dad would still cook us dinner or lunch, whatever it was. We would still eat together as a family. We'd still go out to dinner as a family. We'd all hang out still as a family. It's more between them.
So as far as the family dynamic generally as a family, did it change anything?
No.
Now, talking about, we've also heard a little bit about your dad's room.
Mhm.
At the time, 2018, was your dad essentially sleeping in a separate room?
Yeah, he was in the guest bedroom.
Okay. Notwithstanding that, to your knowledge, did your dad still use the master bedroom for any reason?
Yeah, all his clothes were in the master bedroom. All his medications were in the nightstand next to his side of the bed. He would use the shower in the master bathroom, and occasionally he would still sleep in there if he wasn't feeling well or anything like that.
And in the summer of 2018 specifically, the family dynamic, we just talked about it. Where was it the same?
Yeah.
And in the summer of 2018, where was Corey living?
My Aunt Jen and Uncle Heath's basement.
And how do you know that?
Like I said before, I'd be over their house all the time, so I firsthand saw that he was staying in the basement.
And what was the approximate time frame?
I want to say from like June of 2018 to September of 2018.
And by the way, did your dad ever live in Keith's basement?
No.
Okay. Were there a couple times throughout your life where your dad had another living location or stayed outside of the home temporarily?
Yeah, twice.
Okay. So let's talk about the first time. How old were you the first time?
I was still in high school. I don't remember exactly what age, but.
And at that point, where was your dad staying?
He had rented a place in Mastellone.
Okay. And how long did that last?
Maybe like a couple months, but he really just used it to sleep. He was over every day.
He was over your house every day?
Yeah.
And when was the second time?
I don't know the exact year, but it was after 2014 because I already graduated college. But he had a place in Ocean Township.
And was that similarly a few months, or how?
It was a
long
little longer, maybe 6 months, but same thing, like just he used it to sleep. It wasn't, I saw him every day still. He was over the house still every day.
And so other than that, your dad lived in your home?
Yes.
Now, had Corey ever been to your house before? Yeah. And how often would you say Corey was at your house?
Like I said before, it really depended on what was going on in his life, but he would pop over occasionally, sporadically.
And did he ever come to the barbecues or the birthdays or anything like that?
Rarely. Not the barbecues, but some birthdays maybe when I was younger. But
And what about the summer of 2018? Did he come over to your house at all then?
yeah, he was over a lot more. He was staying at my uncle's house, Uncle Keith's house, so he definitely stopped by my house a lot more.
Were there times when he would stop by and and no one else from your family was home?
Yes.
So he would be there with who?
His kids, he would bring them over to use our pool.
Did Keith have a pool?
Yeah, he had a bigger and better pool with a diving board.
Now, you mentioned Corey's been to your house, so do you know whether Corey's been to your basement before?
Yes.
And were you ever there when Corey was in your basement?
Yes.
What about the unfinished part of your basement?
Yes.
Have you ever personally, in the unfinished part, is that where your dad's guns were located?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever personally seen your dad, like showing Corey his guns or anything like that?
Yeah.
And now fast forwarding a little bit to the weekend before November 20th of 2018.
Okay.
So, what, if anything, did you do that weekend what, if anything, did you and your dad do together that weekend?
That Sunday, I guess it was the 18th, me and my dad went food shopping for Thanksgiving because every year my dad would cook the food and then we'd bring it over to my uncle's house to eat.
You said every Thanksgiving?
Yeah, after Jesse was born. He was born in November, so that first year he was born, we still had it at my house, but then every year after that, we always had it at my aunt and uncle's house.
And who did the cooking?
My dad. He loved to cook, and he's a great cook.
Okay, so that Sunday you went food shopping with your dad?
Yeah, and we
Food
got
for
all the food,
Thanksgiving?
yeah.
Okay. And what was the plan was what?
My dad cooks the food on Thanksgiving, and then we'd drive it over and reheat it up at my uncle's house.
And when you say your uncle's house?
Uncle Keith.
Okay. And now, before you went food shopping, on the 18th, what, if anything, was your dad doing?
My dad was on the computer and he was fixing our Wi-Fi. It was really slow and it was not working right.
And fast forwarding now to the next day, to Monday the 19th. Tell me what you did that day. Tell us what you did that day.
I went to work from 9 to 5, and then I came home and my mom had cooked dinner, so I ate dinner with her. My sister was out shopping for, I forget what, but she came home around 7, and me and my mom were in the living room watching a movie together, and I think my sister stayed down with us for a little while, but she shortly went up to bed, and I didn't have work the next day till like 1:30, so I stayed up a little later, but my mom probably went up to bed around 10, and then I stayed up till probably 11 and went up to bed.
Okay. And what was your dad doing at that time?
By the time I got home, he was already asleep.
Okay. Was that unusual for your dad to be sleeping at that time?
No, just because some days he didn't feel well, so he would sleep.
And when you said you went to bed at 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, moving on to the morning of the 20th. What's the first thing you remember?
The first thing I remember was my dad, he was like shaking me awake, and he was saying that the house was on fire and we needed to get out.
And what's the first thing that you see when you wake up?
I turned my lights on and the top half of my room was filled with black smoke.
So then what did you do?
I grabbed my inhaler and I went to go escape the house. And I got to the top of the stairs. And when I got to the top of the stairs, I heard my mom saying, the dogs won't get off the bed. They won't get off the bed. So I called them and then I finally heard them both jump off the bed. So I decided, started to go down the stairs. And when I went down the stairs I was about halfway down, I heard a bang and my dad screamed, fuck my hand.
And where did you go once you got down the stairs?
I went to go out the front door.
And when you went out the front door, what, if anything, did you see?
Before I exited the house, I turned around to make sure that my parents were following me. And I saw my dad turn towards the garage.
Okay. And what did you do once you got outside?
Once I got outside, I called 911.
Do you remember the time that you called 911, the exact time?
Yeah, 4:58 in the morning.
How do you remember that time?
I looked at my call log, but it was also something that stood out to me. It was a scary day.
And so as you're on the phone with 911, what's happening at this point?
I get off my front porch and I go to the grass area and I look towards the garage and I can see that the lights turned on, which means that the garage doors were opening. And then the porch lights came down the driveway.
And was that your dad pulling the car out?
Yeah.
Okay, so from the time that you were exiting your house and you saw your dad going toward the garage to the time that you saw the garage door coming up and the light and the Porsche coming out, how much time had passed?
Under a minute.
And at that time, did you ever see your dad holding a gas can?
No.
Did you ever see your dad trying to light any fires?
No.
Did your dad smell like gasoline?
No.
Now, after your dad pulling the Porsche out of the driveway, what happens next?
He pulled it in front of the house and then my sister and the dogs got in the car and then I hung up with 911 and I waited for my mom to get out of the house.
Okay. Do you recall how long that you were on the phone with 911 for, the exact time?
No.
Would seeing a copy of your extraction report refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show what's been marked as D-152. I'm approaching with what's been marked as D-152. Do you recognize this as an extraction report from your phone?
Yeah.
And do you see the number that you dialed listed on there?
Yeah, it says 911.
Okay. And do you see the time of the call?
Yeah, 4:58.
Okay. And then I'm just going to direct your attention to the duration. If you want to just read it to yourself and then look up when you're done. Okay. How long did that call to 911 last for?
1 minute and 41 seconds.
Okay. So your dad comes down the driveway, he parks in front of the house somewhere, and then what happens? Does your family get in the car?
My sister and the dogs do, but my mom was still in the house. She went to go grab her shoes, a coat, and the dog's leashes. So I waited for her to get out.
So did she take a couple minutes longer than everyone else?
Yeah.
And you mentioned shoes, a coat, and leashes.
Mhm.
Did anyone in your family not have shoes?
Yeah, me, my sister, and my dad all ran out with no shoes.
Okay. And what was your dad wearing?
He's wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
And at some point, later in the morning, did anyone give you and your sister and your dad clothes?
Yeah, they gave us coats and sneakers. Well, me and my sister coats and sneakers, and I think they gave my dad pants and sneakers.
Okay. And once you're in the car, what happens next?
We waited for the first responders to come.
And did the first responders come?
Yes.
Okay. And once the first responders get there, what are they doing?
Trying to put out the fire in my house.
And as that's happening, are you and your family inside of the Porsche Cayenne vehicle?
Yes.
And what, if any, phone calls were made?
My dad called both his brothers.
Okay. And so that's Keith and Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who did he call first?
I think my Uncle Keith.
Okay. And did Keith answer?
No.
And so then did he then call Corey?
Yes.
And did Corey answer?
No.
Okay. So then what, if any, additional calls were made?
My sister was the only person that had Elisa's number, so she called her.
And do you recall the exact time that she called, that, when you say your sister, is that Marissa?
Marissa, yes.
Okay, do you recall the exact time that she called Elisa?
No.
Okay. Would showing a copy of her call log help refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as D153. And you recognize this as your sister's call log?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna direct your attention to the second page here. Specifically this call, and the time would be listed here if you want to take a look at that and then look up when you're done.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what time did your sister call Elisa?
5:43 in the morning.
Now, during that call that your sister made to Elisa, did your dad speak to Corey?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that call, what happened?
Corey drove to my house.
Okay. And so the call was at 5:43. Approximately how much later did Corey get there? How long did it take to get there?
Like a half hour later.
Okay, so that would be approximately what time?
6:15, 6:20.
And was it still dark out?
Yes.
And how did Corey get there?
He drove.
What kind of car did he drive?
He had a white Jetta.
Now, do you know where Corey was coming from that morning?
Yeah. He and his family lived in Fairhaven.
And approximately how far away is Fairhaven from your house?
20 to 30 minutes.
20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Like depending on traffic?
Yeah. During the day, it takes a little longer because there's no direct route.
And once Corey gets there, approximately how long is he there for?
He stayed until around 9:30 in the morning.
Okay. And at some point, did you go anywhere with Corey?
Yeah, he drove me and my sister to go grab bagels.
And after that, approximately what time did you guys get back from the bagels?
We were probably gone for like a half hour, so maybe. We got back from getting the bagels and he pretty much left. He had an appointment somewhere.
Okay. And so Corey leaves, and then after that, what, if any, additional calls were you making that morning?
I called my Aunt Jen and Uncle Keith a bunch of times.
And when you say you called Aunt Jen and Uncle Keith, like what numbers, not the phone numbers specifically, but like what phones are you calling?
I called my Aunt Jen's cell phone, I called my Uncle Keith's cell phone, I called the house phone, and I called Jesse's iPad.
And of those, so it was the Keith's phone, Jennifer's phone, the house phone, and Jesse's iPad.
Mhm.
Four phones?
Yeah.
Of those four, did any of them not ring?
Yeah, the house phone went straight to voicemail.
Okay. And so how many times did you call the house line? If you
Just
recall?
once.
Okay. And why did you only call once?
This was off. There was no point.
Okay. So the phones that were ringing, you continued to call?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately in total, how many times would you say you called those phones that morning, like in total?
About 20.
And did
No one answered.
And specifically with respect to Jennifer's phone, was her phone ringing?
Yes, it rang normally and then went to voicemail.
What was the approximate time frame that you were calling these phones that morning?
I would say from 9:30ish to 12.
That's approximate?
Yeah.
And to your recollection, did Jennifer's phone ring?
Yeah.
Were you also sending text messages that morning?
Yeah, I texted my Uncle Keith and I texted my Aunt Jen.
Do you remember the time that you sent your Aunt Jen a text message?
No.
No. Would seeing a copy of the text message with the timestamp help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I am approaching with what's been marked as D-154. I'm just going to direct your attention to the name and the specific text with the Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what time you sent the text message to your Aunt Jennifer?
Yes.
And what time was that?
10:26 in the morning.
Okay. Now, what kind of phone does your Aunt Jennifer, what kind of phone did your Aunt Jennifer have?
She had an iPhone.
And do you still have that text message in your phone today?
Yes.
And did you look at that text message recently in the past day or two?
Yes.
Now, prior to the last day or two, when was the last time you looked at that text message?
The day I sent it, November 20th, 2018.
So you haven't looked at the message since?
No.
When you looked at it in the last day or two, what, if anything, did you notice about that text message or iMessage? Is it a text message or an iMessage?
It's an iMessage and it changed from delivered to read.
So do you have any idea when that would have changed?
No, I didn't look at it for 7 years.
The fact that it now says read, did that stand out to you?
Yeah, because who read it? He wasn't alive to read it.
Turning back to the scene of your house fire. What were you and your family doing while first responders were on scene?
We were in my mom's car and then we would occasionally use our neighbors' bathrooms.
And which neighbors were you, whose bathrooms were you using?
I personally used Marilyn's, my next door neighbor, and then John Harrington's across the street from me.
And were you speaking to your neighbors during that time as well?
Yes.
At some point, did anyone in your family need something from your house?
Yeah, my dad has diabetes, so he needed the insulin from inside the house.
And were you able to get the medication?
Eventually, yes, but it was difficult to get. I had to keep explaining and going back and forth, trying to say why he needed the medicine. Because they said that they had to take pictures of the whole house and then we would be able to get in, but he needed it sooner than that.
Now, at some point, was there a search? And so ultimately, did he get the medication then?
Yes,
At some point, was there a search of your dad's vehicle?
yes.
And when I say your dad's vehicle, or which vehicle are we talking about?
It was the Porsche Macan loaner.
And you reference it as a loaner because?
His car was in the shop at that time.
Okay. And around what time was the search of your dad's vehicle?
10:40.
And was your dad present for the search?
No, we walked up the driveway to go see, and when we got to the top, they told us we had.
Objection, hearsay.
When you got to the top of the driveway, were you permitted to stay for the search?
No.
And where were you directed to go?
The street.
And could you see the search from the street?
No.
But were you able to take some photos?
Yes.
Now, during this time, where's Marissa, your sister?
My sister's boyfriend at the time picked her and the dogs up so that the dogs weren't just in the car anymore, and they took them back to his house.
Okay, so your sister left with
Her boyfriend
her
at the time.
boyfriend
Yep.
and the dogs?
And the dogs.
Okay. And how did she leave?
He picked her up.
Do you know approximately what time this was? Approximate?
I really don't, but I want to say around 10:15, 10:30.
Now, at some point, was there a request for you to go to the police station?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
11:30, 11:45.
Okay. And did you want to go to the police station at that point?
I had work at 1:30, and we were still in pajamas and random clothes, so we wanted to go change and brush our teeth and then go to the police station.
And were you able to go change and do the things that you wanted to do?
No.
Were you directed to report to the police station?
Yes.
Also, was there a point in time where you wanted to get anything for your car?
Yeah, like I said, I had work that day, and I needed to get my purse and wallet out of my car and some things for work out of it.
Were you permitted to get things out of your car?
No.
And when you were directed to go to the police station, was your sister there or was she still with her boyfriend?
She was still at her boyfriend's house.
Okay, so did she meet you there?
Yes, she got dropped off a couple minutes after we got there.
And so in the Porsche Cayenne vehicle, who was in the vehicle, like traveling to the police station together?
Me, my mom, and my dad.
Okay. And was anyone following you?
Yeah, the detectives in like an unmarked car.
When you arrived at the police station, when you were still in your car, what personal items did you have with you?
I had only my cell phone and my inhaler that I grabbed that morning.
And did you leave anything in the car when you went to the police station?
Yes, I left my inhaler in the car.
Why did you leave the inhaler in your car?
The detectives pulled up behind us and said it would only be like a short time to just meet them in the lobby and leave whatever in the car.
They told you to leave things in the car? Now, once you get there, how soon after you does your sister get dropped off?
With less than 10 minutes.
Okay. So once your family is there, where in the police station do you go?
It was like through the front door, and there was like a little sitting area, like the lobby.
And do you recall like approximately what, I know it was a long time ago, so we're speaking like general approximations, but approximately what time did you get there?
Probably around 12.
Okay. And how long were you guys in the lobby area for?
Over an hour.
And what, if anything, happened at some point when you were in the lobby?
Like I said before, I had work that day at 1:30, and it was about 1:10-ish, and I was getting impatient, so I went up to the receptionist or secretary or whoever, and I was like, how much longer is this going to take? And at that time, my dad started screaming and crying that my uncle's house was on fire. And he got a text from Ben saying that he needed to go to my uncle's.
And is that how your dad found out?
Yes.
And so what did you do at that point?
I walked out the front door of the police station and I called my Uncle Corey.
Why did you call Corey?
Because I wanted him to go to my uncle's house and make sure everyone was okay.
And what, if anything, did you try to do at that point?
I had the car keys to my mom's car and I tried to leave to go to my uncle's house.
And were you permitted to leave?
No, the detectives stopped me.
And Why were you trying to leave?
Because no one was answering me. Sorry. I wanted to make sure they were okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Take your time. Ready? So now that you know Keith's house is on fire, what happens next?
I go back into the police station and they start bringing us like downstairs to the main, I guess, area of the police station. And I was just like panicking. I was telling them my uncle's address, like they had to do something. And they were being very vague and kind of just hinted that they knew already and it was being taken care of.
Okay. And where did they bring you?
It's like down a couple steps into like the main area of the police station, I guess. It's a bunch of cubicles that I guess the detectives worked at. And then we were seated in like a conference room, I guess. It was a long table with numerous chairs. Me and my sister sat next to each other, and then my dad and mom sat across from us.
Okay. And if, again, I know it's a long time, so just an approximate, but approximately how long were you in the conference room for?
Let's say over 45 minutes, but I'm not sure. I don't remember.
What are you doing what are you personally doing while you're in the conference room?
I asked them about their Wi-Fi because there was no cell service down there, and they kind of just like, I guess not said, but there was no Wi-Fi password. So I somehow got onto their Wi-Fi, and I was Googling my uncle's house and just looking at live updates.
Okay, so you were able to access like media and through Google?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I asked you this, but approximately what time is it when you get down to the conference room? Approximately.
Like 1:20.
And so what, if anything, are you learning through the media when you're searching things?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
The media coverage, what, did it regard your uncle's house?
Object to hearsay.
I'll allow that question, but no further as it relates to what the media is saying.
Yeah, just specific, just the only question is like, did it regard
Yes.
your uncle's house? And now, at some point, while you're in the conference room, what is the demeanor of your family? How's everyone doing at this point?
All really upset. We're all crying. My dad's like struggling to breathe. He's crying. My mom's hysterical. I'm crying.
And at some point, did they remove you from the conference room?
Yes. They took me into an interrogation room.
Why are you calling it an interrogation room?
That's what they referred to it as, and it was a small room with white walls and a desk and a chair, and then no windows.
When they took you out of the conference room, did they take anyone else out of the conference room?
Yeah, they called me and my mom at the same time, and my sister and my dad were still in the conference room.
And did they put you and your mom together in a room,
No,
or
we
did
went into
they
separate rooms.
separate interrogation rooms?
Mhm.
And so who's in the room with you at that point?
2 detectives.
And what's happening now?
They started asking me questions, and the first question they asked me was if I knew who was shot outside of my uncle's house.
And what was your response?
I started screaming and crying. Because I obviously knew who was my uncle at that point.
Did they continue to ask you questions?
Yeah.
And when they were asking you questions, how long did this last for?
At least an hour.
And during the time that they're asking you questions, what, if anything, are you asking them?
I keep asking them if my cousins are okay. No one would give me an answer. They kept asking to leave, and they said as soon as I give my statement.
And was there anything else? Were you under the impression that your cousins were located somewhere?
Yeah, they basically told me that once I gave my statement, they would take me to them. At whatever hospital they were at.
After they asked you some questions, now, did you give a statement in this case, like a typed statement?
When I was in this room, no, but they took me in another room later, and yes, that's when I gave a formal statement.
So the questions that you're referencing now, is that the same as your typed
None of
statement or
those.
different?
Different, completely different.
So the statement comes later.
Yes.
So now it's just questions, lasts for about an hour. And at some point, do the detectives leave the room?
Yeah, they left the room.
And what happens after they leave the room?
I was in there for a while, so I had to use the bathroom. So I tried to leave and the door was locked, so I started banging on the door until someone opened it. And then they kind of were like, oh, they escorted me to the bathroom at that point.
And after you went to the bathroom, then what happens next?
They escorted me back into like the main area of the police station with all the cubicles.
And were you with your family? Or
No, we were all separated at this point. I could see into the conference room and I saw my dad's back. My sister was no longer in the conference room.
At some point, did they take your statement?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time they finally took your statement?
I don't.
Would seeing a copy of your statement refresh your recollection as to the
Yeah.
time? I marked as D151. Approach.
Okay.
Please, do you recognize this? I'll take this one. As a copy of your statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it have your name on it?
Yes.
And it's, looks like 8 pages long.
Yep.
And I think you,
Yeah.
okay. And does it have a start time and an end time?
Yeah, it starts at 3:40 and then looks like it ends at 5:21.
Approximately 2 hours?
Yeah.
So at around 3:40, they start to take your statement. And after you gave your statement, what, if anything, did you learn at that point?
They finally confirmed that they all died.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
My aunt, my uncle, and my 2 cousins.
And who confirmed this?
One of the detectives.
After you gave your statement, approximately how much longer were you at the police station for?
5.5 hours.
And for the entire duration, I know you mentioned earlier when you first found out that your uncle's house was on fire, you tried to leave, right? At any other point during the time that you were at the police station, did you make any other attempts to leave?
Yeah, at one point I had a panic attack and I wanted my inhaler, which was in the car, and they wouldn't let me get it. They just brought me outside to breathe fresh air.
Were you asking to leave at all?
Yes, the whole time.
And did they let you leave?
No.
What time did you ultimately leave the police station that night?
Around 11 p.m.
And did you express any concerns when you were leaving?
Yeah, we were scared. So we wanted to know that we were safe. And they kind of just dismissed us.
Is there anything else you want the jury to know about that day?
I'm going to object, Judge, to
I'm
that
going to
question.
sustain that objection. That's a question. It needs to be a little bit more specific, please.
Was that day a hard day?
It was the hardest day of my life.
I just want to talk about a couple other things now. You mentioned earlier Jesse's iPad.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this first. Did anyone in Keith, Jennifer, in their family share their locations with you?
Jesse.
And was that tied to his iPad?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you check the location of that iPad?
Yeah, in February of 2019.
Okay, so this is a couple months later.
Yeah.
And where was when you checked the location, what was the location?
I'm going to object to the hearsay of this.
Can I see everyone, please? Based upon this legal issue that was just brought to my attention, I'm going to give both sides until 10 p.m. tonight to find to brief this issue. I'm not sure that this is a state versus tier issue. I need more time to look at it. It would have been nice for somebody to put me on notice, but it is what it is. So I'm going to give both sides until 10 o'clock tonight to find a brief, and I will address it tomorrow morning. I'm going to bring the jurors in a little bit later. This will not slow down what our plans were for later this week. It may just be that there won't be a day off in between the end of the cases and summations. Can you ask the jurors to come out?
Judge, can I just ask what the issue that we're briefing is?
The issue of not telling the state of what you were about to elicit. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize to you. I think from the beginning of this case, from day one, I've tried every single day I don't try to leave you in there for extended periods of time. I try to keep the case moving. and try to deal with any legal issues outside the time frame of the court day. Unfortunately, there's something that was only just brought to my attention, so I didn't have the opportunity to do this in advance, and I'm going to need a little bit more time. So the reality is that I'm going to send you home for today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you back tomorrow morning. Instead of coming back here at 8 o'clock, I'm just going to ask for you to be here at 9 o'clock. That should give me enough time, even if I get you up by 9:30, it still gives me an hour here without you being here to get things done and put on the record, and then we'll get started back up. So I apologize to you for your time, for making you sit in there for a little bit longer. I'll bring you back tomorrow, 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock, and we'll continue on. Please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Don't try to figure out what the legal issues are. That's for me to do. Remember, you're the fact finders. It's my job to deal with the law. So I hope you have a nice night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. For record purposes, due to a proffer that was provided based upon an objection by the state, research was done on State versus Tier, which is 228 NJ 555, 2017 opinion. I'm not sure that State versus Tier contemplated the scenario that we're in this case as it relates to this type of evidence. So everybody knows what the proffer was based upon what Ms. Mastellone said at sidebar. So that's the issue that I need to be briefed as to where we're going. And then I'll ask everyone to be back here at 8 a.m. and I will come out soon thereafter and I'll hear oral argument at that time. But again, submissions to me by 10 o'clock tonight, no later. If it comes in at 10:01, I'm not accepting it. And we'll see where we are at that point in time. Now I'll see attorneys at sidebar, please.
Okay, so that was a lot for an afternoon after lunch. And I know I wasn't talking a lot, but it was a lot. Okay, I wanted to research some of the things that Dr. Reich had said because I had researched a lot about the star mix technology and where it was used and everything and how it was becoming more common in the United States and what it actually did. And because I actually think it was a good move of the defense to bring someone in like this who just wants to talk about mixed DNA and probabilistic genome testing and how matching to family relatives, is narrow in of that nature. Because it actually can confuse the jury in a way. And so I think it may actually make some points with the jury. But the more I looked at it, the more I remember previous testimony, like the very first expert that we had when they started to do DNA, she just tested for blood. And here's a big thing that if the jury remembers this is really big, because whether or not the jury can dismiss this DNA as the contact DNA could have got on those genes any other way besides actually murdering those two children. We've got DNA of Jesse and Sophia on jeans and gloves in that pile of clothing found in Paul Caneiro's basement. Now, like I said, they got to try to say, there's other ways to do it. Contamination, transfer, this, that, and the other thing. very unlikely, as we heard about the protocols of remember back in the collection of evidence with Lieutenant Nicholas Catalona, days of logging in that evidence and exactly how he found it and locked all the sealed, everyone going with the ID numbers and the sealed contents. So there's no laboratory contamination in that way. There's no collection violations that we can find. We're really good. They were really good, the state was, at laying that all out, as they have to do in New Jersey. So as long as the jury remembers a lot of that, and it was long and boring because it was a day and a half, almost 2 days solid, and we all were nodding off. You can imagine how the jury is, right? And also, again, with this testimony from Dr. Reich, because, well, although he's analyzing what mixed DNA is and, what probabilistic testing is and how do you match genides and families and ills and this and that, can be very, very confusing. What the straight fact is not only is Sophia and Jesse's and Paul Caneiro's DNA on those genes, it first typed to their blood, to blood. The DNA essences is coming from blood, lots of blood. We saw those genes. They're covered in it. How do you explain that? It'll be up to the jury to piece it all together. But the state did lay it out. They gave you that they tested for blood first, and then they went to get the DNA from it. So they've got to remember that that's not just DNA. That is blood. And that matters in a murder case, because it's less likely that it was some kind of transfer, is some type of contamination or error when the DNA is coming from blood itself. I don't know. Meet me in the comments. Let me know how you feel about that. That's all I wanted to say about, Dr. Reich. I mean, also, defense has a problem, number one, when he said he didn't consider himself an expert. And number two, when the state can actually say, so you've never actually used StarMix software. You don't have a license for it, and your company is not familiar with it. But he spoke on it a lot as if, but just in a teaching manner about DNA. This is a man who runs a lab. He has no hands-on right now. He's teaching about the definitions and what these words all mean. And that could be, it could go either way. It's kind of double-edged sword. If the jury puts too much on it, it could go the defense's way. If they look at it as, well, you've never really used the software. I know you're a defense witness, but how else do you explain the DNA in the blood all over the clothes? And you're not talking about the blood. You keep forgetting to mention the blood. The jury saw what they saw. But for an expert witness, I think they had to find one from far away, because they're trying to make it that StarMax is new and shiny and nobody knows about it. There are more than 90 labs in America that are using it, that swear by it. It's used in many states now in their courts. It is not novel to be said. It's well respected in other countries also. It is like the standard. It is used to decrease a lot of the hands-on labor and timetables and documentation that had to be done with lab techs, which is why it does get a favorable mark. But it's not like the lab that he works for, NGO, in comparison to Bo, doesn't do the same kind of testing, just with different software. So if it's not really reliable, why are they using it also? Okay, that lab is using the same type of testing, just done by a different software. And he couldn't really knock the software because he's not familiar with it. He doesn't know anything really. He's never used it. So credibility there is an issue for me. I'm not sure about the jury. Okay, well, let's move on to our next character witness, shall we say? Katie Caneiro. Now, this is a problem because this started, it ended today with mention of State versus Tier, which is a lawsuit that Monika Mastallone's, it's an actual order and precedent case that Monika Mastallone's law firm was a part of in how undocumented statements, like just oral statements or knowledge, gets passed on in discovery. That if it's not given in a written or documented or affidavit type format, that they don't really have to inform the prosecution. And this is like, there's a narrow scope on when that is possible. And in this case, our judge, Judge Lemieux, feels that Monika Mastellone is misusing it because she tried to throw it in with Lieutenant Christopher Brady. Remember, the officer who testified about the interviews of Paul Caneiro and his family at the police station the day of the Ocean Township fire. And they were inferring that perhaps he was dangling, giving them information on the family condition and everything to get a statement out of her, to get her to talk. Her desire to go get a shower and they wouldn't let her leave. She's making some broad accusations, which I think Lieutenant Christopher Brady handled really well. And that was on day 4. If you want to go back and check it, it's time-stamped. You listen to his answers. He's like, that didn't happen. No, I didn't. Like, no, that's not. We were concerned for their safety. We needed to know about the fire. We already knew the fire looked like it was set. We're trying to figure out if it was set by Paul, who was already gave them conflicting statements and raised bells in experienced law officers and firefighters who were there. Paul Caneiro, the way he was acting and the things he was saying is what actually led them to believe that he was involved in his own home fire. Okay. And so, but they don't think that the family is involved and they're worried about their safety. They hear about this other fire, which has a whole family that has been that looks like homicide, that is gone, and they're worried about their safety because Paul has set it up. Remember, according to the prosecution's theory, Paul is setting it up to look like everyone is targeted. So of course the police are going to keep you there, and they don't want you to dilly-dally, go take a shower and then come later and this and that. This was extreme circumstances, 2 house fires, same family, okay, suspicious things going on. It would not be prudent. It would not be prudent. And I don't think any of the officers did anything wrong in this case in keeping them there for the statements and to make sure that everybody was safe. They even moved them into other rooms to make sure that they weren't like around a whole bunch of people and things like that. So, you know, that was the first time that state versus tier came up, and Monika Mastellone had to deal with the judge on that. Okay, but then she calls Katie Caneiro, because it was said, you can't do that with this witness unless you actually bring the person who's saying it in. So Katie Caneiro is now testifying, which means state versus tier is front and center on everything she says. She's been withholding evidence. Now she's talking about a tablet that belonged to Jesse that she has tracking on, that she's going to say where it was in February. And the prosecution has no idea about any of this. They have no idea what she's going to talk about because they weren't allowed to talk to her beforehand. She refused all interview requests with them. She didn't give an affidavit as a witness to the defense either, okay, as a statement of what they were going to say, okay? So cross is going to be interesting, if it even happens, because the judge has requested that they put their oral arguments in writing to his desk by 10 o'clock that night so he can address it in the morning before we even bring the jury in. And man, oh man, I am so looking forward to tomorrow morning because I just love oral arguments, for one. I think in a way, when you read state versus tier, and what I'm going to do is link a law article, you know, that another law firm wrote about it and try to get the other opinion about it down there. It is broad that they really aren't violating discovery rules, and so the state can't actually keep it out. But does it appear shady and kind of like, you know, underhanded? Absolutely, it does. And will the jury have it appear that way also? How are they going to feel about it? Knowing that Katie Caneiro is his daughter. Like what? It automatically, in New Jersey, well, it smells really fishy even if we are on the shore. Sorry, not sorry. But for me, it really looks underhanded and desperate, and it's coming off pretty bad. And also, I don't know about you guys. Meet me in the comics. Please talk to me in the comments about this. Am I making too much of how offended I was about her attitude on the stand? I mean, I'm trying to understand. Her father's been in jail for years and is being accused of a horrific crime. And she knows how he loved these children. And by the way, good job on the defense, putting those kids in happy pictures with Paul all up in front of the jury. Yes, humanize the defendant. Say he couldn't possibly do it. He loved those children too much. They ain't talking about how much he was mad at Keith anymore. They're talking about the only thing we can do is pull on the heartstrings of the jury that this man, full of love for his niece and nephew, could never possibly do this crime. Never possibly do it. It's out of the realm of possibility. And I can understand a little bit of attitude from Katie Caneiro, but the smugness, that's the impression I was getting. Absolutely smug. As if she was looking forward to doing this, as if she really wants to hurt people with this. She feels wrong. She feels whatever. Like, that gleefulness should not have been showing to the jury. I think that could be a little bit detrimental. But that's just my opinion. I want to hear from you. This has been a short day, but quite an interesting day. And I can't wait till the end of the week to talk to the Squeegee of Justice, Chris, over on Trial TV Live on Friday at the end of the week. Because, wow, if this is how it started, gosh, where are we going to be by Friday? Like, wow. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning. Hopefully you'll join me. Let me get this up and out. I tried to get rid of as many of the breaks that we can. We had a lot of sidebars. And so I'm going to trim all of that out. And that's why this end panel is a little bit long. That you could fast forward for it if you don't want to know my opinion on all of this. But I just had to weigh in on these two witnesses today and the hubbub at the end. Wow. See you tomorrow. Have a good night.